am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Top of the morning, viewers. This is the bdtv breakfast show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for starting your morning with us. Let's see what's making the headlines today. Market cap nears 100 trillion naira as 35 stocks turbocharge rally. FDI rises to 3-year high as reforms boost investor confidence. Appeal Court restores EFCC's forfeiture order on 14 properties linked to Yahya Bello. Trump threatens 50% tariffs on India for buying Russian oil. India to raise bid for Ademola Lookman. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where no fewer than 35 listed stocks on the Nigerian Exchange Limited have pushed the equities capitalization up to 92 trillion naira. According to NGX, these stocks are fueling the equities market rally this year with a minimum return of 100%, pushing the equities capitalization. Reports reveal that the 35 NGX listed stocks across key sectors have yielded impressive returns ranging from 100% to 500%. Stocks like Better Glass PLC turbocharged the market this year with returns of 529.43%, with also Champion Breweries rising by 290.8%, Honeywell Flour Mills at plus 320.6%, Nascon at 217.3%, Vitafoam at 256.0%, Elalix at 236.61%, and FTN Cocoa rising by plus 240.1%, among others. Trading data also show that the NGX Industrial Index rose by 54.6%, NGX Banking Index at 48.1%, NGX Insurance Index at plus 37.3%, while NGX Oil and Gas Index remained laggard this year with a negative return of 10.3%. Moving on, the foreign direct investment into Nigeria surged to its highest level in 3 years, buoyed by policy reforms of the government, pushing investors more bullish on Africa's most populous nation's long-term prospect. FDI rose marginally by 5.9% year-on-year to $126.2 million in the first 3 months of 2025, up from $119.2 million last year. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, investment, however, declined by approximately 70% on a quarter-on-quarter basis. While analysts consider the direct inflows materially low, the steady rise reportedly indicates a renewed appetite in an economy that's chronically dollar-starved and marked by unpredictability. While still on, the Court of Appeal in Lagos has reinstated a preservation order on 14 properties and the sum of 400 million naira linked to former Kogi State Governor Yaya Bello. A 3-member panel of the appellate courts delivered the ruling on Wednesday, the 6th of August 2025, following an application filed by Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. The order serving to protect the identified assets from being tampered with or disposed of during ongoing litigation had earlier been granted by Federal High Court in Lagos, while the appeal court's decision effectively restores that initial position pending the determination of the case. The preservation order is reportedly designed to safeguard contested property and maintaining the status quo while legal proceedings are ongoing. Well, to end the local news, the federal government has revealed that it is targeting over 300 billion naira annually to be injected into the economy with the distribution of 5 million seedlings in 2025. The Director General of the National Agency for the Great Green Wall, Alhaji Saleh Abubakar, announced this at the flag-off at Shelter Belt and other plantations by the agency in Maimalari Village, Yusufari Local Council area of Yobe State. Abubakar says the federal government has kick-started the distribution of 5 million seedlings with projected production of date palm to hit 500 million kilograms. In his words, 5 million seedlings of date palm have been produced by the agency and will be distributed across the 11 frontline states to boost the economic status of this state. And on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump has issued an executive order hitting India with an additional 25% tariff over its purchases of Russian oil. According to reports, this will raise the total tariff on Indian import to the limited states to 50%, among the highest rates imposed by the United States. The executive order revealed that the new rate will come into effect in 21 days, being the 27th of August 2025. A response from India's foreign ministry on Wednesday said Delhi had already been cleared its stance on imports from Russia, reiterating that tariff is unfair, unjustified and unreasonable. Ghana's ministers of defense and environment have died in a military helicopter crash in the central Ashanti region, along with 6 other people, a government spokesperson says. Defense Minister Edward Omani Boama and Environment, Science and Technology Minister Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, 50, were killed in the crash, with Chief of Staff Julius Deborah described as a national tragedy. Earlier, the Ghana Armed Forces said the Z9 helicopter, which was carrying 3 crew and 5 passengers, had gone off the radar. It had taken off from the capital of Accra at 9:12 local time and was heading to the town of Obuasi for an event to tackle illegal mining. And also, Ghana's ministers of defense and environment have died in a military helicopter crash in the central Ashanti region, along with 6 other people. Defense Minister Edward Omane Bohame and Environment, Science and Technology Minister Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed were also killed in the crash, with Chief of Staff Julius Deber described as national tragedy. Reports revealed that the Ghana Armed Forces had earlier shown the Z9 helicopter carrying crew passengers and 5 passengers going off the space. They're taking off from the capital Accra at 9:12 local time and was heading to the town of Obuasi for an event to tackle illegal mining. And now to sport. Inter Milan reportedly plan to reopen negotiations with Atalanta over Ademola Lookman. According to reports, the clubs could resume talks as early as next week after turning down Inter's second bid for Ademola Lookman, worth €45 million, including add-ons. Inter have yet to define their asking price, with the local media speculating it could be around €50 million. All discussions have reportedly stalled the clubs. However, they maintain a friendly relationship. Now to end the news, former Bayern Munich forward Thomas Müller has joined Major League Soccer side Vancouver Whitecaps for the rest of the 2025 season. The 35-year-old left the German side at the end of last season when his contract expired, bringing an end to his 25-year association with the Bundesliga champions. Vancouver's deal includes the option to sign Müller as a designated player for the 2026 MLS seasons. Wildcats acquired the Discovery property right for Müller for FC Cincinnati in exchange for $200,000 in 2025, general allocation money at $100,000 in 2026, and a conditional $100,000 in 2026 GAM. Müller will officially join the club upon receipt of his international transfer certificate, visa, and work permit. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV. where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 7th.
On this day in 1960, Côte d'Ivoire, also known as Ivory Coast, gained its independence from France after being a member of the French community for 2 years. Before colonization, Ivory Coast was home to several states, including Guyana, the Kong Empire, and the Baoulé. The region became a French protectorate in 1843 and was established as a French colony in 1893 during the Scramble for Africa. It gained independence in 1960 under Felix Houphouët-Boigny, who led the country until 1993. Ivory Coast enjoyed relative regional stability and built strong political economic ties with West African neighbors and Western nations, especially France. However, a 1999 coup disrupted its peace, followed by 2 civil wars from 2012 to 2007 and again in 2010 to 2011. A new constitution was adopted in 2016. Ivory Coast is a republic with strong presidential powers. It became an economic powerhouse in the 1960s to 1970s through coffee and cocoa production. The 1980s brought economic crisis and prolonged instability until 2011. Since then, the economy has grown steadily, averaging 7.1% real growth annually from 2012 to 2023, Africa's second fastest and the world's 4th fastest rate. By 2023, it had West Africa's second highest GDP per capita, behind Cape Verde. Despite growth, 46.1% of Ivorians faced multi-dimensional poverty as of 2016. The country is the world's largest cocoa exporter. Its economy still relies heavily on agriculture, mainly smallholder cash crop farming. On this day in 2008, a war between Russia and Georgia broke out. The conflict began over South Ossetia and Abkhazia, 2 breakaway regions of Georgia. When the 2 provinces broke away from Georgia in the early 1990s, most of the international community did not recognize their independence. Russia, on the other hand, backed them and placed peacekeeping forces in the 2 regions. In 2008, tensions escalated between the 2 countries after Russia moved a large number of troops in the area. The war ended with Russian victory and with Georgia losing parts of South Ossetia and Abkhazia to Russia. On the 17th of August 2008, Russian Finance Minister Alexei Kudrin announced that $7 billion had left Russia between 8 and 11 August. By 20th August, the market value of Russian companies dropped to under $1 trillion. Economist Andrei Illarionov highlighted a link between the escalation of aggressive rhetoric by Russian officials and sharp declines in the Russian financial markets during August-September 2008. Former Estonian Prime Minister Mart Laar remarked in October 2008 that it was a miracle the Georgian economy survived the war. In November 2008, Israeli newspaper Yediot Aharonot observed that it was Georgia's economy, despite defeat, that was prospering, not that of the victorious Russia. Russian newspaper Vedomotsy noted in late October 2008 that no investors had been fleeing Russia prior to the war. Russian journalist Yulia Latinia described the collapse of the Russian stocks as possibly the largest insider deal in history, referring to the war's impact. Bloomberg reported in October 2008 that Russian stocks had become the cheapest in the world. Stratfor added that almost $63 billion in foreign investment exited Russia immediately following its August intervention in Georgia.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Thank you for watching BDTV.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now we are on to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. As always, I'm joined by the very Valentine Oeka this morning. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. How are you today? Let me start by asking.
Well, I cannot say great, say fantastic.
Oh, I can see. What happened yesterday?
again, it's a good day. So every time you breathe in air and realize your life is worth celebrating. So, and I always make sure I come with positivity.
Positive energy always
all
wins.
around us in this country comes a lot of negative talk. So it's a choice.
That's positive energy. Anyway, let's see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. Starting off this morning with the Business Day paper this morning. The big story here says NGX nears 100 trillion naira as 35 stocks turbocharge the market. It says Better Glass, Honeywell, Champion Breweries lead the pack, and analysts bet on banking and industrial consumer stocks. Now we see another story here. It says aging trees, farmers deem Nigeria's palm oil prospect. It says per hectare of palm replanting costs 2.3 million naira. Again, another story here says UBA's Leo chatbot to drive Africa's trade and cross-border payment. Another story here still on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning says high food cost. Aid cuts push 3.5 million children into malnutrition as 300,000 malnourished children in the Northeast face danger. Obviously, we're going to speak more on that on the big story today. But let's talk about this one here. It says NGX nears 100 trillion naira as 35 stocks turbocharge the market. I don't know if you've been following the story, but
I kind of followed it, but not really in depth. But again, I always like to relate these stories to what's really going on in other sectors. It's a good thing that we can actually hear that amount of money, 100 trillion. 25, 30 years ago, that would have been a myth, But again, as much as we celebrate that we are ascending to that level, does this also mean that our naira is depreciating? Just don't forget in a hurry. If you hear $100 trillion, I'm sure there'll be earthquake in a particular country. You know what I mean? But hearing 100 trillion naira, you begin to say, what is the exchange rate with the dollar that is the world reserve, global currency most widely used? Maybe until BRICS knocks them off, who knows? But however, seeing that we are approaching 100 trillion is a great thing. It means our economy is picking up. And most economists and analysts will tell you that there are other indices that are pointing towards, sectors that are making more strides, giving the stock exchange its flesh. But here's the question now. If we are approaching 100 trillion, is this going to have proper ripple effect on the lives and livelihoods of Nigerians? Stock exchange is great. The common man on the street, does he understand what stock exchange is? So we're relying on the middle class. Oh, sorry. Did I say middle class? We only have
what class do we have
class
now?
And upper class.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my
middle
word.
class. So now we are relying on the upper class, the upstream, to look after the downstream. And let's don't forget in a hurry, the downstream people who are the movers and shakers of business, those you see in Alaba International, those you see in some certain markets who don't have time to go through all your indices and economic breakdown, or probably listen to analysts or broadcasters like us who don't have that time, who are basically commercially driven people. People like that, right? They rely on logistics, flow of goods and services, rely on good roads, rely on electricity supply, rely on security to move things, unlike those on the upstream who can easily, run data and have analysis and make a lot of money off the network. Having said so, again, we're approaching 100 trillion. Will this thing be seen in local businesses, them having a way to now say, we are celebrating a boom in our own business in that small area? Because if stock exchange can actually get to this amount of money, approaching it, there must be one way or the other. They must feel it in other, sectors, feel it in other businesses, feel it on the downstream angle. Because they are the ones who, it will shock you. A man who probably doesn't have a university degree, maybe came out of secondary school, but started business early, and he's making some good strides. His money is being banked in the bank. You see most of them driving small little vehicles. By the time you go check their account, it will shock you how much they have. Some of them run into 100, 200, 300 million naira in their banks. These are business people who understand that business over flamboyancy. How do you explain such a man that he needs to buy, stocks, and needs to look into stock exchange and other areas? right? Education comes in. So I think that we might have surpassed that 100 trillion if there's proper, orientation and proper communication cut across to all the downstream. Money is flowing, but the thing is it flowing properly? That's where economists come in.
Anyway, let's move on to other stories still on the front pages of the paper this morning. Starting off still on Business Day paper this morning. Talking about high food costs. Okay, we'll discuss that, the big story.
Right.
But this one says UBS Leo chatbot to drive Africa's trade and cross-border payment. Again, another story here says aging trees and farmers deem Nigeria's palm oil prospect per hectare of palm replanting cost 2.3 million naira. So it says the average, just to go inside the story, it says the average age of most palm trees in Nigeria is 60 years, and so are the smallholder farmers who harvest fruits to make the edible oil. Now, as these trees age, they are unable to absorb water or nutrients and are also vulnerable to deforestation, to logging, to drought and invasive species. Now it says the ages of farmers and trees are two critical challenges facing the nation's palm oil, hindering the crop's capacity to lead the non-oil export sector. It says most of the palm trees owned by smallholder farmers were planted during the 1960s, and the average age of the grower is 60.
Again, do we celebrate this, or do we say, oh, Nigeria, 10 steps forward, 20 steps backwards? I think the latter is the case. I will explain why. Many years ago in the 80s, it was the Malaysians that came to this country. They had a small seminar, they had a small gathering, and the guy said, we presented palm oil to them as this is one of our great exports, and they took it, went back home, understood how to commercialize it at huge quantum, and today, I would not be surprised if we are importing palm oil, even though we have what it takes, arable land and everything to make it happen. However, that's not the story, but that adds value. Talking about the story itself, truth be told, apart from the fact that palm oil is a staple food in Nigeria,
use it for almost everything.
Everything, and there are byproducts of it. You have soap, you have sponge. There are a lot of things that come out of it. You have brooms. So the byproduct of palm oil and palm itself is, I would say it's limitless, but it runs in about 9 to 10 different byproducts. However, the lifespan of the regular farmer and the productivity of this palm, trees is beginning to not to add up. So the question now is, are we experiencing some form of, arable land degradation?
No, I think the conversation here is the fact that so we're talking about the fact that most of the palm trees were planted in the 1960s. And then the average age right now of the grower of those palm trees is 60 years. So the conversation now should be, it's fantastic, it's lovely that we've had these palm trees growing over time. But the prospect of palm oil, which is supposed to be, because I remember on Tuesday, was it Tuesday, we had focused on one of the top stories on the front page, talking about how palm oil might be a good viable product right now to invest in. But this story is going in depthly to say, you know what, these 8 trees, while they are aging since 1960, also the farmers are aging. I'm here to tell you that the prospect that we're talking about, that we have in the palm oil sector, might be dimmed. So I think the conversation now should be, who is overtaking these businesses? Because what we see, incidentally, quite interestingly, and I think I should share this, what we see is these people at 60 years, you might not be able to, of course, do farming as much as you used to do it. So that means that right now, in the next maybe 61, 62, 63, you might need to just retire. So if we don't have farmers,
next generation farmers,
what's going to happen?
I'm glad.
And there's such a huge business there, because incidentally this morning I seen a post on my way to work when I was in the car, and I'd seen a guy who wrote about a group of his friends who their amongst all of them, the least flashy one had the most money. And he said incidental. So one of those days he decided to ask him a question. And this guy said, now this is spiritual. So he said that one day God, he had asked God like for the next level. And then
I always laugh when people say they asked God.
Okay, yes, but that's, I mean, how everyone deals is different. So he said he had asked God, and then he had just gotten that revelation to take up his father's palm oil business, which didn't seem attractive at the time because all his siblings were, in the white collar, white collar job. So, and it was like a dirty job. He didn't school, and then he took over that, and they said what the post I read was that he made it attractive, understanding from the education he had, the primary education and all that. Yes, so he now, supplies to companies, and all of that, and he's very rich and a multi-millionaire right now.
Unlike those who had white collar jobs.
Yes, white collar. So this might be something, because I'm sure that many of these people now, these farmers that we're seeing, are 60 years old. So they will have children that they'll probably say, go to Lagos and then go and those children are, struggling with white collar jobs and thinking that job is too dirty and whatnot for them. Meanwhile,
there is a gold mine in front of them.
Aside from the scarcity also of the fact that if they don't do it, it means that our palm oil industry might also
most definitely
decline.
Definitely decline. Again, just to add to what you said, the truth of the matter is, back in the days, we were not opportune to have most of the tech things we have today. So one of the ways to answer that question would be, which obviously is, where lies the next generation of palm oil producers? The answer already is in the question. 2025 that we are in, I tell you, the idea of agribusiness has grown exponentially. You need information, it's on the net. You need every other, education that you need that is necessary to actually push and create high-level production from palm oil is on the net. So you realize that even someone who is 55 or 60 years old, right, can actually be able to carry out this farming thing, not physically any longer, but rather working smart instead of working hard. There are a lot of banks out there. There are a lot of microfinance banks. There are a lot of, even BOI, Bank of Industry. They are waiting for you to come to them. Say, come to us. Let us sit down and see how we can help you work smartly. That's where you put less energy, you have more product. And to do that, we mean having a lot of academy that will have young people understanding how to bring up more of those produce, which is why they call it agribusiness. Okay, if you look at it closely, I mean, I hear the government is doing a lot of, stakeholders, their conversation regarding making agriculture a major inflow. When we had industry focus, we had someone who was someone who is in the agribusiness and a professional. That is, they call him Farmer Samson. And he explained something. He said, look, the world is moving very fast. So soilless farming, I don't think you got that part. So soilless farming is the way to go. And I asked myself, how do you mean? And then he showed me some certain things right here on the show, right? And I could see that even the likes of former president of Nigeria, that is Baba, they call him Baba, Obasanjo, came there and he explained to me, look, this is what we are getting out of this thing. Normally, if it takes you, and I'm not talking about GMO, by the way, I'm talking about proper scientific way approach towards having more yield, right, as against having too much power put in. Okay, so controlled environment. He had this thing covered like a tent, right, giving them the right nutrients, less soil. Other factors that could have affected the produce and the growth of the palm oil or tomatoes or all that stuff, right, was reduced, like insects. You could see that this is what we call the new generation farming. And if we apply that, I tell you, we have no need to bother those who are getting to retirement. And anyone who has a business like that will begin to say, oh, hold on, can I pass my business to my children? This is the time. If you're in your 50s or your 60s, heading towards 70, and you're worried that you might not have the kind of energy you used to have when you were in your 30s, begin to do some research. Begin to find out those government agencies, find out those other international bodies who are waiting for you to come to say, partner with us. Let agriculture be the next plan B to take Nigeria to the next level. Because believe it or not, one day, oil will finish.
Well, let's move now.
I'm not talking about palm oil now. I'm talking about crude oil.
Crude
But
oil
this was our plan B.
No one even wants oil to finish. Oil is such an important part of life. So even like just even literally,
it's fossil fuel.
Literally and figuratively, oil mustn't finish. Let's move to the Guardian paper this morning and speak on the front pages of the papers this morning. The big story here says First Lady's humanitarian donations hit 12.9 billion naira in 2 years. I'm not talking millions. I'm talking billions here. 12.9 billion naira in 2 years. This is on page 6 of the paper. One thing I like about the Guardian paper is how they also, try to give you this infographic. Right. So inside the story, there's a little infographic inside of it. And I'm just going to focus on that. So it says, as of August 2025, which is where we are now, it says women traders. Now it's breaking down the $12.9 billion. 12.9 billion naira. It says, women traders over 150 million naira in grants across multiple states. Across multiple states. So for women traders, over 150 million naira in grants, which she gave traders in multiple states. In education and art, 100 million naira.
Hold on, education and arts. Okay.
100 million naira to arts education initiatives.
Right.
In the military families and for widows.
NAOA, which is a Nigerian Officers' Wives Association, something like that.
Nigerian Association of Officers' Wives. Yes. So, military families and widows, 427.75 million naira. Then, confirmed Harichai disbursement from May 2023 to April 2025, 9.4 billion. So that already took a chunk. Okay. Hold on, that's key focus areas of donations. Still, health. In the health sector, she gave 2 billion naira pledge for tuberculosis intervention between 2024 to 2025. And in the disability empowerment, 1.85 billion naira to 9,520 persons with disabilities nationwide. So are you adding up?
Yes.
So that's 3.85. Then internally displaced persons and IDPs, 1 billion each in Plateau and Benue State.
Okay. How much is that?
1 billion each.
1 billion each.
In Plateau and Benue State. So that's 2 billion.
Okay.
Yes. Now, 1 billion to disaster and banditry victims in Niger.
Okay.
So that's 2 billion for tuberculosis, health, and all of that. 1.85 for disability empowerment persons. So that's about 3.85. Then 1 billion each to displaced persons and IDPs in Benue State. That's about
1 billion each.
Yes.
That's 8.
Is that 8?
No, I'm counting the amount of people.
That's about 5. That makes it 5 billion plus or something. Then I'm even confused. Then 1 billion to disaster banditry victims in Niger.
Right.
Now, plus the 150M, plus the 100M, plus the over 150 million grant across multiple states. Total estimated donations anyway is 12.9 billion naira. Confirmed RHI disbursement between May and April 2025 is 9.4 billion naira. Additional 2025 programs, that's like, like they say, any other business, 3.5 billion estimated.
So, first and foremost, if I must respond to this, I would say, which I will, it's good that we can have what we call a review of what has been spent. It's good that we can see where the money went to. Right? This we asking questions now, or rather, them men will ask questions. We who are in the media industry, we who are broadcasters and journalists, they know we ask questions, so they are laying it out before time. And I can see what you mean, by listening it out. Why you want to listen out, so people understand where we want to go to with this. Now, the question now is, having listed this thing out, haven't shared the money in this particular order to cater for all those areas, from IDP to victims to the health sector, right? And of course, some in the military. All this listed out. My question now is, we want to see follow-up, right? It's easy to dish out money. It's easy to say, oh, this, that goes for so. Now, we want to hold you guys to account, rather hold you guys accountable to now say, we ask the questions that matter, and I ask the right questions that truly do matter.
So what question are you asking?
Which is this? Can we see a follow-up? Can we see testimonials? Can we say that having spent this amount of money, this is the major outcome and growth in those sectors or in those areas?
Isn't that going to be so granular?
Yes, I will explain why. You see, when taxpayers' money is being used for several areas, so let's tell me it's a personal money, which is obviously not a personal money. When it's being used to sort out national issues, not necessarily on the big scale, but in that level, because I mean, she's the first lady.
Yes.
Right? You do expect her to get into other areas where our commander-in-chief himself, who's the president of Nigeria, will handle. No, he has given her own place to handle, which is not bad, which is good. And we first of all want to congratulate her for working. It's not easy. And coming out to rather to explain how money is being spent. But we also want to see follow-up. Unless they tell me is still in the gestation period. In other words, yes, money has been given, work is in progress. Fine. How long will it take before we begin to see progress and output? We want those reports of this is what has been achieved. Otherwise, we keep asking questions. And that's the most we can do. Hopefully, at the end of 6 months, they'll come back to us and tell us this amount of money has been spent. This is the outcome. This is the growth. And of course, what has it added to the GDP one way or the other? Are we seeing more people who are, quote and unquote, were abandoned because of displacement and issues with insecurity? Are we seeing them being, re-injected into society, haven't gone through some proper form of, what's the word I'm looking for, counseling because they lost loved ones? Are we seeing the outcome will show? Are we seeing people growing in their businesses? Are we seeing the impact of all this? And can we document it? Can we have testimonials? It's very important. Those who are in the private sector will tell you, testimonials is everything. That's what reinforces trust. That's what reinforces the idea of, can we do this again? All right? Of which, in the spirit of doing it again, we must track back and say, 6 months ago, or so time ago, money was given for this X amount and all that. In the interest of transparency, yes. Can we see that there has been a growth? Not just give out money and come back to status quo and we are where we are. Right? It would be a thing of shame to have spent this amount of money. 12 point something billion. It's not a small money. And yet, we come again after 6 months saying we need to increase more money, or we're giving out donations on this, or we're giving out humanitarian aid to this because those areas did not change. Then why did you spend the money in the first place? However, there's another part we're not seeing. There's some certain areas that we can move in to prevent spending this kind of money again. So we use that money, if at all it's going to happen again, to prevent issues from happening. Like, good example, the area of victims that suffered from the banditry attacks and everything. We are saying, can we take some money and empower our security personnel and remove politics from it and allow them to do their job so that we don't have victims again? Allow sake. These are human beings that were killed and they had families. And the pain even stays more with the family who has experienced the pain of losing his loved ones. Some of them died in a very unbelievable way. We saw the one where VDM went to record people who were burnt alive. These are human beings. They have dreams and aspirations like you and I. We might be lucky. We're broadcasters, one of TV. They too, but what if they had some great ideas to grow their family? So there's a whole lot that I want to see that those monies got there, were able to revitalize, take some of the families who are going through trauma. Trauma is not something to joke with. And we talk about the healthcare. Are we seeing doctors? If that money was injected into healthcare for some certain hospitals, right, or as an association, medical association of Nigeria, that has something like that, and is injected there, can we see the effect of it? Because we just saw the other day, they came out and said, if you can give 100,000 US to those who won the trophy, what about us who have been fighting COVID, have been fighting other different issues? So, in order not to overflog the matter, it's good to ask the question. All right, first and foremost, to congratulate our First Lady, right, for making our money available and coming out from the newspaper to say, this is what the money has been used for. Can we come back in 6 months to do evaluation and say, Madam, Equishel, you tried, but can we see the impact now? document the impact. We don't want to hear that this is the end of it.
I'm sure there is some documentation of the impact. If we look inwards and look deeply, and ask the questions that matter. It's good that we're asking the questions here today, but I'm pretty sure that the First Lady and her team will definitely have, some documentation of this. Surely it's not just free flowing. There has to be.
The patient dog. It's the fattest bone.
Okay, let's move now to another story in the business sector. It says insurance stocks jump 10% after Tinubu signed law to recapitalize the industry. I think this is a very important story. I think the insurance sector is often overlooked.
So again, just give an idea now. It's an insurance sector. So there's an industry. It's obvious there is an industry. And I'm thinking that like, okay, you know where I'm going to with that.
Where are you going? I'm curious.
Something to use to boost the content for industry focus.
Obviously.
So it's a good one. Insurance. But again, let's be honest. In the caption, you might begin to draw in some answers. Again, our job is to stay on the fence, but at the same time, make sure the fence doesn't crumble. So we can keep on asking those questions. However, I think, like you rightly said, and I agree with you, that the insurance sector is sometimes overlooked. Maybe we should begin to put our eye 100% there. Already, as Business Day, we've been having conferences, which most of them used to host, and they have these insurance people coming there to talk about how business can cut across, different sector and GDP to grow. However, are they doing enough? I want to come from the angle of CS now. I don't want to see it. I want to see if truly they're also doing their own part. Again, I don't know the full story of it, but from the caption, you want to say something?
So the story is actually President Tinubu signed a law to recapitalize the industry. But with the signing of this law, the stocks have gone up because that means that the market is looking at the sector, that the sector might now be viable. There might be opportunities to have very productive stocks. So because when you recapitalize, then there's lots of transformation that happens. So having him sign, that recapitalization law into place, now the stocks jumped up 10%. So I think the conversation here is this could be a good time to now look into the newspaper, because I'm not going into the newspaper, to find out which of these insurance stocks have higher value and think of how to invest in those stocks.
So now both my ears are now standing like
exactly.
I'm thinking, wait a minute, if I have some small cash and I go and see if I can throw into this, will I make my money back? Or will it just be dead on arrival? However, it's good that President Bola Tinubu can champion this thing and now say, let's be able to revitalize and recapitalize. But the big question now is this. So when it comes to transparency, I'm big at this thing because I want to see more. If there's no way a move to revitalize or capitalize, as the case may be, or this big grammar, in that sector, there's no way money will not be spent. That's what we're saying. Are they an insurance industry and sector? They insure people, isn't it? So they're already making money. So is it that they have the money? Look, the amount of money made from marine insurance is beyond imagination. And so we want to see that now that the federal government has now brought its magnifying glass to look into the insurance company, they should go all the way. We don't want to have any sacred cow because now money is going to be spent. Taxpayers' money, hard taxpayers' money is going to be spent to revitalize that area. Can we see that those insurance sector will begin to carry out some other CSR, give back to the public in their own way? Can we begin to see that they shouldn't just be all about bring your money, buy insurance, and go? Let them able to document things that will enshrine trust and maintain trust in the eyes of the public. I'm all about it for the public. Why? Because the public are the ones who are the true leaders.
Absolutely.
So if the federal government is injecting funds, injecting ideas, and giving room for evaluation and capitalization, as the case may be, then they owe us something. The insurance companies and insurance industry owe us something, which is make sure the public, right, in their own way, is taken care of.
Right, let's move now to the cartoon of the day this morning. Very quickly, just see what we have on the cartoon of the day. Today, we see police officers standing, and then they carry balls. We know what we're talking about. They carry, football, right. And one of the police officers says, "You both should be on duty. Where are you going with the balls?" And somebody, the other police officer with the football on his head says, "Oh, guy, it is better to get some presidential gratitude than to wait for police gratuity." So what it's saying is, it's in light of the monies that's been given, that's been flying $100,000 here, 120, 15 million here, and all of that. So the police officers are saying, it's better I'm doing the two. Maybe I should move to football now, if that will earn me some gratitude.
But guess what? I mean, as full of humor as the cartoon is, I must appreciate that at least we're able to have some great smile at the end of the day. There's an area that we actually look, which that cartoon is bringing to the foreground, which is this. In the police, they have sports department, areas where they carry out a lot of other sporting activities. I agree with that cartoon, although it's a cartoon, that's the idea, but it sends some message. Can we begin to now say, when they have their police competition in sports and all that stuff, can we increase the money there also to encourage them to? Yes, I agree. In fact, I'm up for the police to say, I support what they want to do. If at all they could do it, to say, wait, I wish our cartoon can actually get the government to think in that light, to say, that's true, I like that cartoon. Can we begin to say, let us add money into the police force to encourage those who are sporting activity? I think one of, back in the days, is it Chuma Ajunwa? So she used to, I don't know if it's her, but back in the days, we used to have some police officers representing Nigeria. They did very well in sports, and so they were brought into the national, I don't know if it's her, but one of them. However, the more we begin to look into that angle too, throwing money there, who knows? Maybe the next fastest lady or fastest man on the track worldwide will come from Nigerian police. And that will put Nigerian police in a far more better pedestrian and light. After all, police is your friend.
Absolutely. Police is your friend. Let's wrap it up this morning. This is where we draw the curtains on the newspaper review today. Myself and, of course, Valentine doing this. It was really lovely speaking to you this morning. But up next is the Business Morning. Do stay with us.
say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. Good morning and welcome to Business Morning here on BusinessDay Television. I am Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Mama. Thank you for starting your day with us.
Now let's move to the first conversation for today. We turn our attention to Nigeria's vast and largely untapped blue economy, $1 trillion opportunity waiting beneath the surface, quite literally if you ask me. Now from shipping and fishery to offshore oil, coastal tourism and marine biotechnology, Nigeria's maritime domain is bursting with potential. Yet, despite having over 850 kilometers of coastline and a strategic position on the Atlantic trade route, the sector contributes only a fraction to the national GDP.
Now the question is, why is Nigeria yet to fully harness this opportunity? What policies, investments, and even infrastructure are required to unlock growth in the blue economy? And what lessons can we actually learn from countries already capitalizing on their maritime wealth?
Now joining us to talk about this is Captain Ebuka Chigo. He's a maritime businessman and he specializes in dredging, logistics, scrapping, and leasing services.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
All right, so let's start off with the conversation. What exactly does the blue economy entail, and how is it different from the traditional maritime activity?
In all honesty, it's like a play of words. It's pretty much the same thing. Maritime is every single thing inclusive: dredging, oil, scrapping, logistics, fishing. The blue economy mainly just focuses on water, to simplify it for you. Coastal movements and everything. It's the same thing. It's a play of words. That's the answer to that question.
Okay. So then how much potential does Nigeria blue economy truly hold in terms of revenue, employment, and even the GDP contribution?
So, maritime brings at least 80% of our GDP, but people don't really know about it. Because everybody looks at it in quote, as Nigerians would say, big man business. So they already feel like you have to have a certain amount of money to go into maritime and the blue economy as a whole. But at this exact moment, it is largely intact. You understand it? And if we can even look at, I think Governor Sanwo-Olu, he has a new pool that he just put into the I don't know how to explain it to you, but he bought more boats and everything that he put on the water. So yeah, it's something that can be explored.
All right. So which of the subsectors within the blue economy do you believe is Nigeria's low-hanging fruit? Which of the subsectors within the blue economy do you believe are Nigeria's low-hanging fruit?
I'll look at transportation. When it comes to, I feel like Lagos, especially Lagos or Calabar or Bayelsa, or Port Harcourt, we're largely connected by water. But if you go to, how would I even put this? when you go on water, your ETA is your ETA. There's no traffic, there's nothing. So if I want to get to point A to point B, and I tell you 40 minutes, it will get me there in 40 minutes. So you would think that everyone is going to be using this medium of transportation, especially in a place like Lagos that is like heavily populated with people complain about traffic and everything, but it's still underutilized. So it can be a lot more better.
Now, despite this potential, the sector remains underdeveloped. And the question is, what are the main obstacles holding Nigeria back from fully harnessing its maritime economy?
Well, if you ask most people, they'll tell you the government. But in all honesty, it's the people. People give up even before they try. You understand it? There's a lot of things that we could do. And the government actually put out a lot of ways and grants to help people come into the sector. But like I earlier said, people look at this business as big man business. If I ask you how much do you think a boat is? I'm asking you.
I know it's in hundreds of millions. So what do you think?
Exactly, you're wrong. So a normal speedboat that would pull maybe about 400, 500,000 in a day for you would cost you 15, 16 million right now. And it's locally made too as well, and they look equally as good. Do you understand it? So I think people just need to put an open mind more into it. Yeah, it's not really the government, it's the people.
All right, let's take a look at some of the challenges. How do you think insecurity, let's look at insecurity in the Gulf of Guinea and issues like sea piracy, illegal fishing. How do you think it is affecting the blue economy?
So for us, that's on water, it is bad for us. But trade-wise, it's not really affected anything. It's just the same thing. You can have, it's yin and yang, pull and push. So you can have people doing business and not have people that disrupt the business in a way. But if you put together the amount of wahala that we have on the road in transporting anything to anywhere, I feel like on water we have less problems. Do you understand it? So I don't think it's a problem. I think it's just when you have so much good, you would always have evil. It's just what it is.
Okay.
So to what extent do regulatory overlaps and institutional bottlenecks actually, interrelate into this whole sector?
Okay, so first of all, we have NIWA, that's National Inland Waterways Authority, and we have NPA, Nigerian Port Authority. Up until recently, they had a lot of lapses. You understand it, where they had clashing regulatory rules and everything. So I think, just off the top of my head, that's just the only thing I'm allowed to say. One of it that I know contributed heavily to that.
So let's look at the policy now. What investments in infrastructure, and I'm talking about ports and logistics, are needed to activate the sector? Because it feels like if you didn't tell me that you can make 500 to like 400 a day with a speedboat, I would not, have an idea. So what infrastructure do you think are needed for people to create more awareness and activate the sector?
Well, you have to move with the times. We are in a social media age, basically. So I would want to say put more grants, do more awareness programs or billboards, but honestly, you can harness the exact distance that you have is your strength. The future is the little ones. So maybe do more of social media pull, showing what they can get. If I tell you that if you put in a certain amount and you make certain amounts in a short while, that's recovering your ROI, basically, you would obviously be more interested. So I think people should we should maybe stop with the old ways and look at the new ways of communicating and just pulling in interested parties.
Okay. All right, now talking about the marine and blue economy, how is the government, particularly the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, aligning the policies to actually attract, these virtues into the sector?
Well, like I mentioned, they're actually doing their best. They're not doing the very best, but compared to what we have in other sectors, they're doing their best at this exact one. There's this, that's the E1 series, like F1 with the race cars. This is called E1 series. It's on the 4th and 5th of October. And it's inviting people like Tom Brady, organized by Dangote and Sanwo-Olu and the rest. It's going to pull a very large crowd away from everyone. This is the first time it's being hosted in Africa as a whole, and it's being hosted in Lagos. So something like that, if you can harness something like that, you know that people are going to be around 2 weeks prior. They will want to go everywhere. They want to do a lot of things. Like I mentioned, the problem is the people, not the governments. They have actually done their bits, but people see business on water as maybe Egyptian. It's something as far, it's not, you know, like I just asked you, how much do you think a boat is? And in your mind, you're going far. Same thing if I ask you how much you think your dredger is, you'll probably be thinking 150 million, but it's the things that we call pushes that can cost like 15 million. You understand it? So take, for instance, getting a machine that would maybe produce about 10,000 pastries per day, yeah? And then you sell 8,000. You sold a lot, but let's say you sold 8,000, you threw away 2,000. So which means you wasted 2,000. You understand it? So instead of spending that type of money, you can actually buy a smaller machine that will produce 5,000 and sell 5,000.
Okay.
So that's pretty much what we did.
So do you think the blue economy had to the GDP of Nigeria? Because I feel like the blue economy is just silent, making money, and it's not adding as much to the GDP of Nigeria. So do you think, or do you know what we do not know when it comes to GDP?
First of all, number one, I think I would say I know what you do know when it comes to that. And secondly, I would say the blue economy is pretty much under maritime in a way. So they kind of go hand in hand. And from now, yeah, I would say it actually adds. Maybe you just don't know at this exact moment, but it actually does add.
All right, and finally, what's for young Nigerians watching, what career or entrepreneurial skill can you encourage them to actually, harness from this?
So, like you mentioned, we have different points that you can use. Most young people like to go on boats, go for boat cruises and everything. Maybe you just ask yourself vital questions. When you go from point A to point B, what they call boat cruise, and you pay about 150, 200,000 for an hour, and as soon as you get in back, you're seeing another person, same thing. So maybe you ask yourself, rather than being part of the people trying to enjoy the service, how can you own the service? You understand it? So like I said, it's just the mind thing. You need to have self-awareness, have a future, have a goal, be able to create progressional growth, going from point A to point B, maybe starting small. You can start by maybe little investments, go to bonded terminals, just little investments here and there. From there, you can get a small boat, a wooden fiber boat made here in Nigeria for about 5 million. You can get a Yamaha engine or Honda, Suzuki engine for about 2 million. Maybe go from there. If you ask how much the phones that most people are using is like 2.5
But
million.
how many Nigerians can actually afford 60 million naira?
No, that's why I started with five.
Okay,
I'm
even the
talking
5 million
boat.
naira.
So
How
from
many?
the fiber boat,
Yeah.
this little fiber boats are like 3 million.
Okay.
That's used for fishing. So after you're done with that, you can graduate from that. The money that's generated from that, you buy a bigger one of 7 million that's propelled from the back of the engine. You buy another one of maybe 8 million propelled from the steering wheel. Then you can get the speedboat, and then you get experience with all of these things as you go along. Make mistakes, recognize mistakes with the capital you already invested from the beginning, not necessarily put in a new capital into the whole thing. So it's just the mind thing.
Okay.
Leaving TikTok and following reality.
To invest.
To invest.
In boats. All right, thank you so much, Captain Ibukatubo. It was really good to have you on Business Morning.
We do appreciate your presence.
Thank you so
All right, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be having the second part of our conversation this morning. Just stay with us. say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria.
And welcome to the
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises
My
to the
name
pulse
is
of
Elizabeth
national
Musa.
economic
This is the
policy.
social listening
This
segment
is
on
where
the
business meets perspective with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about? And it's
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
back to Business Morning, and now let's move on to our second conversation for today.
We turn our focus to Nigeria's latest policy directive, the implementation of a 4% free on board, that's FOB levy, by the Nigeria Customs Service on imported goods. The new policy aimed at enhancing government's revenue and regulating import valuation has sparked mixed reaction among importers, freight forwarders, and economic analysts alike.
Now, while the government insists that the levy will help reduce under-declaration and increase transparency at the ports, critics argue it may compound inflation, raise the cost of doing business, and even worsen the burden on already stretched consumers.
And to help us unpack this implication of this policy and what's really happening behind the headlines, we are joined by Emmanuel Oluwatomisin Afolabi. He's an investigative journalist who has been tracking port operation and trade policy in Nigeria. Good morning, Mr. Afolabi Emmanuel. It's good to have you on Business Morning Show.
So good to have you, Mr. Afolabi.
Yeah, good morning, Mike. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, then. Now to begin, let's begin with a breakdown. What exactly is this 4% FOB levy, and how does it differ from previous customs charge?
Well, thank you very much for that question. Yeah, first and foremost, we have to get things right. Well, I think it is another excessive taxation and charges to Nigerians. It is a tax burden upon Nigerians. You know, so many Nigerians at the moment, we are lamenting, we are suffering. A lot of people are crying over because of the economic system of Nigeria is not balanced. Now bringing in another 4% levy on the policy again, it's another excessive burden to Nigerians, and trust me, Nigerians are not happy with this. A lot of people are lamenting. It is just a means of increasing suffering. Thank you.
Justification as the Nigerian Customs Service provided for introducing this new levy at this time?
Well, okay, it is claimed that the justification is to bring more funds to the government policy, to generate more funds to the government policy. But let us look at the fact that it's also an avenue to squeeze Nigeria without no benefit. It's an avenue to squeeze Nigeria without no benefit. Must we make Nigerians lament? Must we make Nigerians suffer? A lot of things that are done in these things, they are not in good condition. Nigerians are not happy with this. So there's no justification about it. I am not seeing any justification that they just want the suffering. They want Nigerians to keep suffering. That is what I can say about that. Thank you.
Now, from your investigations, what does this policy hope to achieve in terms of curbing revenue leakages or even boosting compliance?
Well, the truth of the matter is, it's like I've been saying, it tends to increase more suffering in the country. It tends to increase more suffering in Nigeria. It tends to increase hardship in the country. Now, something that, when will I get something of, okay, let me tell it in Naira now. When will I get something of I bought something of over 5 million Naira. Now I want to ship it, I want to bring it to the country now, and I have to pay over like 10 million Naira. So it's causing damage. It is a problem for the consumer. So it's another avenue for increasing hardship. And let us not forget, we are promised renewed hope, but it is nothing but a renewed suffering, sincerely.
Right. So, what reactions have you seen from importers, clearing agents, and freight operators? Are there specific sectors that are sounding the alarm?
Definitely, it is no longer news that the reactions from the importers, they are all lamenting, they are shouting, they are hot because of this new policy. They are not happy about it. Everyone knows the situation of the country. Everybody is managing. Now you're not bringing another point. If you check on X, different comment. That is, let's not forget, a lot of this is by the time they use those money to bring them to the country, it's still going to fall on we the consumer. We don't know how to get gadgets. We don't know how to get cars. We don't know how to get a lot of things. So the reactions have been massive because even though those that are even importing, they shouldn't be the only one crying out. Even those, we are the consumers, we should join them in these reactions to lament. I feel Nigeria or this set of people, custom officials, they should make life easy and not being hard. Because the hardship is too much and Nigerians want a change. That's just it. That's the reaction so far.
In your voice, how this suffering will linger. Now, but do we have any data or any signals on how the policy has affected import costs or products prices in the local market?
Well, truth be said, I don't think there's no need for any analysis. There's no need for any data because it's so disastrous. It's so outrageous. What data are we looking at? What data are we looking for? There's inflation. All prices is going to be skyrocketed. There's nothing. There's no data needed. There's no analysis needed. Sincerely, that's just the truth. We know how things are more expensive. You can wake up today, something you get 1 million naira, and the next day you can get for 15 million naira. That is the kind of country we find ourselves. So there's no need for any data or no analysis. And if there might be, I don't think a right-thinking Nigerian should start to go out there to look for analysis or to look for data on how to balance. The truth of the matter is Nigerians are suffering. Enough of the inflation going on or persisting in the country. Thank you.
Okay, so how do you think this new levy contribute to inflation or impact the average Nigerian customer, especially considering the current economic challenges?
Well, the truth is, you see, we are just still talking about something. If you look at, we are still talking about something. Like I've been saying, it increases suffering. It is a burden. It is a burden to Nigerians. It is a burden to consumers. It is a burden to everybody in the country. Either you like it or not, everyone is going to be affected. Everyone is affected because it is a burden upon everyone, and this is it. We just hope our voice are being heard and our government listening to us. No doubt about it. It's a burden. It's a burden. It's a burden.
Mr. Balabi, you just have one thing going. I mean, making it clear that it's a burden for Nigerians. But please, I still need you to just tell us if there are inconsistencies between the stated policy and how it's actually being enforced at various ports.
Well, to me, I don't think there's not going to be any inconsistency. With our government, they are going to say they're going to do something, and they won't end up doing it. There's nothing like inconsistency there. There is nothing like inconsistent. They will promise us to do something, and the next year they're not going to do it. So I'm not seeing any inconsistency in this issue at all. There's nothing like inconsistency there.
Okay. So have you uncovered?
It's just going to boost.
Okay. Have you uncovered any hidden interest, or have you uncovered any hidden interest or gray areas in the policy rollout that the public should be aware about?
Well, the truth of the matter is the public should be aware that this set of people, they just want to make the nation, or they just want to make things hard for us. As I yesterday, I was speaking with those affected. The person said he does not know how he's going to cope again. And if they're being paid, or if they pay such amount of money to clear their goods, it's still going to fall back on us. It's still going to fall back on we consumers. I've even done, I reached out to about 3 people yesterday, asking them recent questions. They are not happy with this. If we try to conduct an interview with few people, you see how they are lamenting, you see how they are not happy with this new developments.
From point of view, what do you think should be the best practice right now? What's your advice to the government? And how do you think this whole inflation that these new policies will be causing can be curbed?
Well, number one, the government or our leaders are seeing the outcry of citizens. They cannot say they are not seeing the outcry of citizens. They can see how Nigerians are lamenting. It's all about social media. They see how pains, how people are crying, how people are lamenting, how there is no joy in the country, how there is not job opportunities, how there is no employment in the country. My thing to the government is they should listen to the outcry or the cry of the citizens of Nigeria. And let's not forget, it is our votes that voted them in. Without us, they can never get to that position. So I think the government should listen to our outcry, to listen to our plea. Though we cannot force them. The only thing we can just do is go on social media, make videos, please and please do these things for us. So the government should listen to us, and we believe that, and we are also hoping that the government is going to speak on this issue, and they will attend, and they will reply justifiable very well to this situation.
Thank you so much. We're speaking to Emmanuel Oluwatosin Afolabi. He's an investigative journalist who has been tracking port operations and trade policy here in Nigeria. Thank you for your time on Business Morning this morning.
We appreciate it. And that's the much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Destiny Mama.
And my name, of course, is Deborah Eze. Keep watching Business Day Television.
Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where we all operate. What is important is for the government not to put an excess burden in the operations and ease the way we're doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, an industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development. Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the locals, the local community, the indigenes of the community, the indigenes of the states where you have this cultural heritage, bringing them together and making sure that they participate. Participation is by training them, absorbing them into hospitality assets in the space that you operate. So that's an inclusive and it's a mutually beneficial process where they learn, they earn the revenue, they transform the GDP and economy of the states, and the country is the better for it. Okay, so it's projection, how we project ourselves. It's the most important. When you project negativity comes back to you. So we as citizens of this country must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Japan, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, 2, to create more jobs, 3, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi Wonsu Resort by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi Wonsu Resort. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their proper thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this image that we project will encourage people to visit Nigeria. It's going to transform our GDP, and this is just the start. And this government is intentional in reviving the tourism sector of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think we're in the right direction. Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the
issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we see elsewhere, and the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria an hub, a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it. Educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway. So if we, put our hands together, both the public and the private sector, I'm sure we can do a good job of making sure that those problems don't exist anymore. So one of the things they can do is, for example, tax holiday, for very serious tourism company, tour companies who want to actually welcome people into Nigeria. Security will be good, top of the list. Fixing our airports, let it be warm, welcoming. Let people come in freely, not harassed by any, law enforcement at the airport will help. Making sure that we have good infrastructure in place, electricity, good roads, and all that. These things are not difficult, So if we can just, take our time and make sure that these things are in place, I'm sure we will do a good job of improving the quality of tourist experience when they come to Nigeria. So what we try to do is to, because of the peculiar nature of our business, because our business is, we're just not a tour company. We're a company that wants people to have good experience when they go on holiday. So one of the things that we do is that we try to showcase and try to bridge the gap that poor infrastructure and lack of security, created in welcoming people into Nigeria. So we do that by providing those infrastructure privately, making sure that we use the best of the hotels that have 24/7 electricity, making sure that we use air-conditioned buses, making sure that we take them to interesting places. We will watch over them. We try to make sure that they have a good time. Anytime they have Nigeria, they have no reason to fear. We control places they go. We do our due diligence and make sure that wherever our customers go, they don't have any complaints. So by the time they go back and tell everybody else, it looks like, okay, it's a different country that I went to, not Nigeria. Well, I can see the effort, I can see the interest, I can see the desire for people to want to grow tourism in Nigeria, and that's good. That's the beginning, but that's the way it ends. We need to keep this conversation going. Let's not end it here at this conference. It's a good thing that BusinessDay has decided to pick this up. I'm excited about it, that people are focusing on tourism, but we need to keep the conversation going. When we go back to our offices, when we go back to our circle, some government officials are here, some people who know people in high places are here. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep talking about it. The more we talk about it, the more we discuss it, people will definitely, people that we need to respond will respond, and they will do something about that. We'll see the change that we're looking for.
So Nigeria, in my opinion, is tapped into tourism, but we are not operating at the level that we can, considering the potential that we have and the human capital that we have, the raw talent in the industry. Something that Stella Fubara, the keynote speaker, said today really, I think, hits home. Tourism doesn't start with the tourists. It starts with the experiences that those of us in the market create for the tourists. It has to do with the product. Is it being created and delivered at a high standard? For example, we are in the hospitality management space. We manage hotels and short-let apartments, and we deliver professional management services in that regard. Technical services advisory. We also do turnkey solutions, so we can take you from a greenfield project that's just starting construction to a fully blown and operational hotel. Now we ask ourselves, if we're not creating a product, the hotel rooms, the food and beverage, the entertainment, if we're not delivering those at a high standard, you're not going to have tourists come. If we're not marketing that we can deliver this to you, you're not going to have tourists come. And more importantly, if you're not investing in the people, the raw talent, not just in the cities, but also in the villages, if you're not teaching them how to curate, like Stella said, curate the culture to have it be an export so that people can understand what you're about, then you're really not in the business of tourism. So I think it starts with ourselves. We have to understand the products we're trying to deliver and curate it at a high standard, and also make sure that the delivery is excellent. The customer is always right. Our flagship hotel, for example, Amber Residence, which is in Ikeja GRA, it has 69 rooms. It's a business conference hotel at the 3-star level. We regularly have as our guests captains of industry who deliver events and have conferences at our hotels. We also have NGOs that have service level agreements with us where they host their events and sensitization programs there. So for us, this is a way, for example, of partnering with corporates and NGOs who have a global business. And for those that they invite from out of the country as their guests, we have them hosted at our hotel and we show them what it really means to have African hospitality. So that's a way of taking the name, not just of the brand, but of Nigeria out there. We also are developing an AHS Academy, because I will tell you, one thing in the industry that we are lacking is also training. We're lacking properly trained professionals who can, like I said, deliver the standard at a high level. And so we are working on an AHS Academy where we're looking to partner with institutes of hospitality, hospitality training school so that we can take raw talent, whether you've gone to school for hospitality or not, and teach you the tools of the trade. What does it mean, for example, to do housekeeping properly? What does it mean to run a restaurant within a hotel properly? What does it mean to run a front office and reservations? Do you know how to use property management software? We recently had a retreat, actually, where all our general managers from the different cities in which we operate, Lagos, Benin, and Owerri, came to Lagos, and we were able to exchange ideas to see what's working in different parts of our business. And something that came up from there is that the AHS Academy we're developing definitely needs to accelerate, because beyond training people for our own brand, we're able to train leaders and hospitality professionals that can be deployed to several companies within the industry. So that's what we hope to contribute and are currently contributing. I've been able to meet with our fellow sponsors, including Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort, and I see that there's a lot that we can do together. We had a fantastic conversation, myself and Ada Matthews, about packages. A hotel is only one aspect of hospitality. You have restaurants, you have tour operators, you have those who are really going into the hinterland and finding the talents. You have fashion, textiles, you have entertainment. So what does it look like to band together, to connect with one another, to develop packages that sell? It's very important that the different operators within our market connect with one another to figure out how we can deliver the best packages to the customer. So if I manage hotels, for example, I necessarily need to partner with tour operators, partner with restaurants, partner with film houses and entertainment providers, dance companies. It's an entire ecosystem. Not one of us can make this industry successful. So I think we need to increase the level of partnerships and connections within the industry so that we're delivering packages that the customer loves. And we should be looking at tourism not just outwardly but inwardly. How do we get Nigerians to be interested in knowing what's happening all around, the country? Because if they have a good experience, they themselves, it's free publicity. They'll go outside the country and let people know this is a fantastic hotel, this is a fantastic group, they're partnering very well, we have products that you'll enjoy. I'll maybe just end and say there's a reason I think Amazon as a company is successful is because they've put the customer first. I'm a very big fan of identifying who's your client when you're in this industry. How can you best serve them? At Amber, we have a saying whenever we pick up the phone call, we say, "My name is Josephine Shafi, how can I best serve you?"
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning on The Big Story, we spotlight a silent emergency unfolding in the shadows of Nigeria's protracted security crisis, a critical funding shortfall threatening the World Food Programme's ability to feed millions of our most vulnerable citizens, especially across the Northeast. As global attention shifts elsewhere, WFP warnings grow louder. Without urgent support, hunger could tighten its deadly grip on children, women, and displaced families who rely on life-saving food assistance every single day. Well, joining me this morning is Emmanuel Bigenimana, is the head of the Northeast Nigeria for the World Food Programme, and will help us to shed more light on the scale of this crisis and what must be done to avert a humanitarian catastrophe. Welcome to the show, Emmanuel.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Pleasure. Let me start by asking you to help us paint a picture of how dire this food insecurity situation right now might be in the Northeast and what really has changed in the recent months.
Yeah, currently we're in the middle of the lean season, which is affecting 5 million people in the Northeast Nigeria who are facing acute food insecurity. And we have also about 2.5 million children who are facing also malnutrition across the Northeast states. So the situation is quite dire. WP have been able to provide nutrition support and food assistance up to 1.3 million people, really to keep hunger at bay. But currently, we are running out of resources and the situation continues to deteriorate.
Right, and if you could just shed more light on some of the greatest consequences of this current funding crunch for WFP operations in Nigeria. Really, who is at immediate risk right now?
Yeah, the consequences are quite severe. If funding is not coming through, we'll be seeing these malnourished children really going to extreme levels of malnutrition, severe malnutrition. So these are the most vulnerable populations. We have also IDPs who are in camps in garrison towns who depend on food assistance to survive. So we'll be seeing this population being affected. And there are some other risks such as gender-based violence, which we are already seeing, which is happening because even the food assistance we have been providing is really limited. We are providing about 60% of what we need. So, but even that one is gone. So the situation will be very hard. Affected population may even go to other extreme or difficult coping mechanism. So the situation will be very, very dire, if I may say.
Right, and what we are seeing is we're seeing multiple emergencies at once right now. We're seeing insecurity, we're seeing inflation, we're seeing climate shocks. How are these pressures colliding to worsen the hunger that we might be facing?
Yeah, in fact, this is really a complex and compounding situation where on one hand, we have insecurity, conflict that is affecting the farmers, not able to produce, not able to access their farmlands and be able to produce. But also the markets have been affected, disrupted by this protracted conflict. And the more recently, we had inflation with price of commodities skyrocketing, and with also climatic shocks. You recall the flooding of last year, which have also washed away some crops. And we are now in the middle of another rainy season, which also come with additional burden and the risk of flooding as well. So all these compounding situation really are putting pressure on the population and affecting food security and nutrition situation. So this is a very dire situation we are dealing right now.
Right, and let's talk about some of the interventions that the WFP happens to be in the forefront of. Which of these interventions or which of these programs are currently being scaled back right now because of the lack of funds?
Yeah, already out of 5 million who are really facing acute food insecurity, we were only targeting less of half of that population, 1.3 million people. So we sometimes make difficult decisions to decide who to target, who not to target, when we have been already prioritizing. So even the 1.3 million people that have been assisting up to the end of July will not be able to continue this assistance if we don't have additional resources, because our stocks are again empty. Additionally, we were forced to also suspend nutritional support to 150 health facilities where WP has been providing nutritional support to treat moderate acute malnutrition for young children and also for pregnant and breastfeeding mothers. So this is a serious situation because if malnutrition is not treated, so there are high risk of starvation and even mortality. So the situation is quite dire.
The situation is indeed dire. So for listeners who may think that this is just another crisis, why should Nigerians and indeed the global community take this funding gap seriously right now?
Yeah, that's why we are appealing. We are appealing for Nigerian government, of course, to continue support this affected population, but also to the international community to continue the support they have been providing to WFP in order to continue these life-saving interventions. So currently, we require $130 million to be able to continue this support until the end of the year for the next 6 months. But additionally, the solutions are here. We are also looking for sustainable solution to this protracted situation. And this region of northern Nigeria has huge agricultural potential. So we need investment for humanitarian solutions. And there are some scalable initiatives that we have been working on together with the government under the leadership of the government. So we need to see this at scale to really to address the root causes and really to strengthen the livelihoods and the resilience of the population, and also create jobs for the people, particularly for the youth.
You did speak of $130 million, which you require. Is this just the only thing you need right now from the government and from international partners? Are there any other things that might be needed still to advocate to help us to stop this from becoming a full-blown catastrophe?
Yeah, this is really to allow WP to continue the life-saving interventions, but we need more investments. Bringing also the private sector to contribute, and other development partner to really support the durable solution. But for really to save lives, we need 130 million for the next 6 months. But for longer term, we need more investment. And these are really long-term investment that are required. And the potential is there, the solutions are there. We only need really to bring all the actors and investments to the Northeast.
All right, and let's go beyond funding this morning. Are there other systemic changes that we need right now to actually move these vulnerable communities from food aid towards resilience themselves and self-reliance? Because I mean, conversations like this you're asking, we're talking about funding. Yes, there's all of that. But when we want to talk about systemic changes, to actually move these people from being vulnerable people to actually having their own self-reliance, are there systemic changes that must be made right now?
Yeah, definitely. The states, the states in the Northeast, the Bay States have developed their development plan. And I think what we need to do as partners and also the government is to support these development plans. And also they have developed the durable solution agenda for quick recovery and also to contribute to the development of this region. So I think systemic issues, it's about governance, it's about investment, and it's about really contributing to these long-term development plans of the states.
All right, and before I let you go, Emmanuel, are there any success stories, breakthroughs from your work in the Northeast that suggest that, you know, all hope is not lost? Because I don't want to leave this morning feeling like hope is lost.
Definitely, there are many success stories. So, of course, our intervention in terms of saving lives, we are using digital systems in terms of managing, delivering the assistance. So I think we have gone to a level where people registered, getting assistance, knowing who we feed, getting information on time. So the digital system that we have put in place, and we are supporting the government also to scale up. I think this is a model for not only for effective humanitarian response, but also moving forward into development and also social protection. Additionally, we have some scalable interventions whereby we are supporting, working hand in hand with the government, particularly with the Ministry of Agriculture, really trying to help the people to produce, to strengthen the food system, using smart agriculture, but also addressing the issue of climate change, using solar energy to produce. So I think these are some of the good examples or success stories that we really need to put to scale so that we can address the unholding situation in this Northeast Nigeria.
Before I let you go, what's the experience in the IDP camps right now? And you also mentioned the private sectors coming through. So how else can the private sectors come in right now?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities. Currently, I'm working with retailers who are providing support to the people that we serve. And this is helping also the local production. So we are looking for how to strengthen the local food systems, partnering with private sector, such as retailers, transporters, and also enabling our farmers to continue to produce. So, and really addressing and helping to address the humanitarian situation, but at the same time, building the nexus between humanitarian and development and peace. So I think we need more effort in this perspective to pursue, because the population living in the IDP camps are in a dire situation, Aria mentioned, but they don't have sufficient services. It's not about food assistance. We have millions of children who are out of schools. So there is a lot to do, not only for food security, but also education, health services. And there are also ongoing efforts by the state government really to put more efforts for returns. And we are helping for to implement these efforts by the state governments.
Right, and what's going on in the IDPs at the moment? I'm not sure you've spoken on that yet.
Yeah, the IDPs are in their situation. We have about 2.2 million IDPs across Northeast states, and some of them are really stranded in IDP camps, which are really the garrison towns surrounded by military trenches, and they have difficult to travel far or to access farmlands because of the security situation. So they are in a difficult situation, and the needs are huge, and that's why we are providing this life-saving intervention. So, and if that assistance is suspended, we'll see a very bad situation, particularly for the IDPs who are in camps.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel Bigeni Mana. Do you have any final submissions before I let you go?
Yeah, just to give you also another example, because of funding shortfalls. So in a place like Iran, which is in the Kalabalgeji in Borno, so which is traditionally cut off for 6 months, and every year we have been prepositioning food to be able to serve the population during the rainy season. But unfortunately, currently, we have not been able to preposition because we don't have resources. So we really appeal for more resources and imminent resources to be able to continue. Otherwise, our food pipeline will collapse very soon.
Right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel Bigeni Mana, head for the Northeast Nigeria for the World Food Program. We really hope that there comes some help very soon. But thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
This has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is Social Listening.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the bdtv breakfast show, and now you're on to the social listening segment right here on the show. This is where we bring to you some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name remains Elizabeth Mutano. Of course, with me in the studio today is
Onyeka Valentine.
Right, let's talk about the stories making the rounds this morning. A lot of stories are making the rounds, but we'll start off with the Lagos state government. Now, the Lagos state government says if you're drilling a borehole in Lekki, then there's a high chance you're drinking contaminated water. That's because untreated wastewater is reportedly leaking into the groundwater. Now, according to the permanent secretary of the Office of Drainage Services, Mahmood Adegbite, the water situation is a health disaster waiting to happen. He blamed the rising risk on poor waste management and heavy rainfall, but says the state plans to upgrade treatment systems in that area. And if that's not bad enough, residents in Lekki, Ikorodu, and Ajegunle are now being advised to pack up and move because of the flood in these areas. Now, the Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, says that flooding is going to get worse and many low-lying areas are no longer safe. Now, it brings me to my conversation, which is why I like how this conversation is linked. We're speaking about the fact that you just might be drinking sewage water. And as if that's not enough, you are telling us again to move. You know, if you're living in Lekki, Ikorodu, Ajegunle, you might be advised to pack up and move. It's looking to me like an existential crisis because I'm literally managing to keep my head above water.
Right.
And in that same vein, you're saying pack up and move. To move to where? To go and inconvenience someone else. And then you're saying that, oh, the water you are drinking, as if that's not enough. But the water you are taking itself, there might be this thing in it.
The basic thing is simple, which is we are crying and complaining about the pain. Now, insult is being sprinkled on top.
Insult upon injury.
So now it makes it even worse, which simply means that one thing, at any point in time, they might tell us security is in your own hands. That we're not sure the waterways itself will not bring in some bandits. We pray it doesn't get to that point. Let us face the crux of the matter now, which is this: that if you're going to buy a car, or maybe you have a car already, you should also save up and have a small canoe. Meaning to say that for those of us who don't have canoes, we have no other choice but to pack our bags like this, right? And prepare to move at every point in time.
It's like you're preparing to move.
My bag is ready already, so there's no story, right? Because I mean, if now we are not left to handle our issues, meaning to say that it will come to a point where all hell might let loose. The part that is now more worrisome is that we cannot even, hopefully, put this way, walk into any place and buy water. Okay, now maybe buy water is fine, but drill water now. Because there's the big tendency that the water that you are drilling might be contaminated. When are we going to stop hearing all this? Most of us are already packed on the move.
It's almost like, it seems like we call it a faux or an artificial sort of concern, because if I'm showing artificial concern, I'm saying something, but like, what am I doing about it? Because you're telling me to move. How about what you are supposed to do in terms of, let's work on this drainage system. Let's work on,
our drainage system, Elizabeth, honestly speaking, is wide enough to expel water off. Let's now face the situation on ground. Unless, of course, they want to knock down buildings and create more drainage system. The problem is from the very beginning. we had no business selling Eco-Atlantic. Let us face the fact. I don't have to be an engineer to know this.
You're always very particular about Eco-Atlantic.
If you push water away to find its way somewhere else, nature is greater than man. That's always been the case. That's always been the case. You see, whether or not we like it, we want something great, we must prepare for the consequences. Didn't our engineers know? Those who are geo professionals and environmental experts who are beside, our government officials, didn't they know it will happen? When you push water, and you celebrate that you are claiming land around that Eco-Atlantic area, you steal away garbage. Don't you know that the water will find its way? So the water is finding its way through coming under the bridge that connects the what's it called, the Lagos Island to what's called the Victoria Island area, which is Bonicamp area. The water has passed through there now, heading towards Lekki area. Of course, the water tide there will increase. Water always finds its way. That's even just one part, which I don't even know if we have a solution for. But again, like me, like every other person who has packed their bags, I keep raising my bag up here.
I like to see your bag.
The question now is, where would we go to?
Where
do we go and inconvenience our family members in other areas? Are you now saying that mainland is now safer than the island area? Well, to be precise, Lekki area. If so be the case, then which means that all hell has let loose. However, there's still hope. After all, we're in renewed hope period, aren't we? So the big question now is, even though we're going to move, at least give us water so we can drink along the way. Those who were expelled from Egypt, right? At least they have water to drink. So they're telling us we couldn't drill boreholes to have water, which simply means that you are telling us, go, you're on your own. There's a big issue that needs to be tackled. As much as we bring in humor to it, we always want to look at the serious part, which is this. In another 2-3 years from now, we will still cry the same issue. Last year, we had footages of flooding. 2 years ago, we had it. 3 years ago, we had it. Now we're having the same thing. Are we not tired of looking at reacting instead of preemptive movement? Are we waiting for disaster to happen? Maybe if somebody who is a family member of a high-ranking politician dies, God forbid, I'm not praying for that.
No,
in that kind of situation, guess what? Maybe they will act very quickly. Is that what we're waiting for? Our job is to ask questions and ask the questions that will evoke the right action.
Correct.
And so, if we're asking the question that we want back home, then don't just sit at home. Take your phone and begin to share those pictures that you see of flooding. And let them begin to jump into action. Let those who are supposed to talk about this and act before it comes to rainy season. Right? Like I always say, you don't need a super scientist to explain to us what's going on. Water is finding its way. Are we ready to make the hard decisions? Now, that's the question we should ask.
Absolutely. Speaking of asking questions and speaking of answers, let's move to our next conversation today in the Southeast. Now, the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has a message for those hoping for an Igbo president in the next election. According to him, he said that the Southeast should forget about 2027 and instead throw their full weight behind President Bola Tinubu's election bid. According to Umahi, the president has treated the region fairly, especially in infrastructure. He dismissed claims of marginalization as political noise and said that real work is being done. According to him, support Tinubu now, and one day the Southeast will get its turn. According to him, basically what he's saying is it's not yet our turn. You know, when President Tinubu came last when he was trying to get in, he said Emilio come. But according to Dave Umahi now, he's saying it's not our turn yet. So apparently, leadership in Nigeria, getting into positions of power in Nigeria, getting into positions of leadership, because that's what it should be, not position of power. It's about turn by turn, because it's not about, oh, this is the person. This person, he has the credibility, he has what it takes. It's about, it's your turn. Because if you recall, that's what President Tinubu said, Emilio Kon. Now, Dave Umahi is saying, let's throw our weight behind them. President Tinubu, it's not yet our turn. What are your thoughts?
Look, first and foremost, Asu Rock is nobody's house. It is a structure meant to, serve Nigerians as a whole. So long as you have that passport as a Nigerian and you live in Nigeria, truth be told, right? I might be bold enough to say it is not turn by turn. Let us look at the government that will work for the people and by the people and of the people. The sooner we move away from that angle of worrying whether it is whose turn, the sooner we move away, the better for us. Let's don't forget in a hurry that the more we are worried about whose turn it is, right? Those who are political actors outside this country, who are influencing our political decisions, whether or not you like it, maybe economically or through loans, as the case may be, are smiling and laughing and like, go on. This is what they want. Division is what fuels the ability for them to thrive. Because when you're divided, you don't see the big picture. And you don't see the big picture, meaning to say that, look, that thing that makes you a sovereignty is being sapped and taken away. Let's call it spade a spade. It's a hard truth. But the truth will take us where we want to go to. And I haven't said so. The way to truth might be turning. Eventually, it will save us as a nation. Now, I'm not saying this, with a way of thinking, okay, who is Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa? Let's put that aside and say, who will be the right person to take us out?
Yes,
of
and
the
then we
in?
can do it all as one.
As far as I'm concerned.
Because we still have the minorities.
Most
So what should the
definitely
minorities do?
Oh, if everybody says it's their turn, which means we'll have no country.
We will not.
And let me tell you one funny thing. There's something we're not saying. We are busy fueling the fans of war. When the fire comes out, at that time we say, oh God, come and help us. Look, God has no business having Nigeria. He has given Nigeria what Nigeria needs. Arable land, giving us great weather, giving us natural resources, also giving us some other rare minerals. Earth. We are blessed beyond our imagination. The problem we have is not the devil. The problem we have is not that God is not helping us. The problem we have, truth be told, is human factor.
Real quick, let me ask you a question. Do you think that the Igbo people, do you think this will sit well with them? Especially seeing that we have Peter Obi also somewhere on the radar. Do you think it will sit down well with them?
So, truth be told, leadership is not for the faint-hearted. And to answer that question directly, I'll just say it the way it is. As a journalist, I don't believe that it should sit well with anybody. I want it to sit well with the whole Nigerians. If the person who will take us out of where we are right now, this 1,600 naira to $1, take us out of it and lead us into a better economy, stabilize the naira, let it be equal to the dollar. Whoever is going to take care of this thing, even if it comes from Bermuda Triangle, I don't care. Right? Yes, I'm an able man. But I've lived in different parts around this country and I've learned very quickly you have good and bad people everywhere. And I'm saying the interest of a great Nigeria. Can we get the right person? I'm not a good person. My words. The right person, not a good person. Because a good man might hold back decisions when it must move in the interest of Nigeria. Rather, think about the little few. In leadership, believe it or not, I run some leadership platforms. I can tell you, leadership comes with passion. It comes with being passionate. Yes, we know. But leaders will tell you, a true leader will move to say, let us go. A dictator will say, I will go. No, leadership is all about, let us do it. Rulership is all about, no, I will do it. We don't want rulers. We want a leader who is also a marshal in thinking, and at the same time, who has the best interest of the country first, before we start thinking about his own brothers and sisters. That's the kind of person that we need as a country. Nigeria is a diverse country in religion, cultural areas, ethnic groups. We're blessed. 700 and something local governments. We're blessed beyond our imagination. The problem we have is the human factor. That's when they say, when Nigeria happens to you, it happens to you, it happens to you. In this case, let us now happen to Nigeria. How do we do it? Fix Nigeria so that when our passport is shown abroad, they give us a thumbs up. They cut, like they say, they cut cap for us. We have come a long way in Nigeria, 60 years plus. Isn't it time for us to say, look, enough is enough. Call a spade, and say, if we must build a home, let's not worry about those little graves that might hinder us, because pain will happen before the gain. And I haven't said so. Truth be told, whether the next president will come from the east, or the south, or the north, or wherever it comes from, our concern should be, it must be the right person. I didn't say a good person. I didn't say the bad person. The right, I say the right person,
whether good or bad,
the right person who understands the true agenda of this wonderful republic called Nigeria. And it doesn't sit whether it is in changing our national anthem or whatever. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is get it right. No longer should we now say, if we get the right person, we will start celebrating round pegs in round holes.
Absolutely. Anyway, just to end up on the conversation today, just saying that united we stand, divided we fall. But that's where we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Up next is the business morning, business news at 11. Please stay with us.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the bdtv Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this morning. Let's see what's making headlines. MTN Nigerian's fintech revenue hit 83 billion naira, highest in 5 years. Nigeria's central bank retains high yield on one-year bills to lure investors. NGS nears 100 trillion naira as 35 stocks turbocharge markets. Zenith Bank trade 4.5 billion naira daily value as all share index storms 145,000 zone, lifts YTD gains. Nigerian turns to alternative market as Trump's tariffs take effect. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where MTN Nigerian's fintech division is seeing major gains, posting its highest half-year revenue in at least 5 years. Fintech revenue surged 71.8% to 83 billion naira in the first half of 2025, up from 48.4 billion naira a year ago. The telco credits the growth to strong demand for its airtime lending service, extra time, and increased adoption of advanced fintech products by high-value customers. Customers' deposits also saw a significant rise. In another development, Nigeria's central bank sold 2.12 trillion naira worth of open market operations bills on Tuesday. Analysts say 30 to 40% of the demand came from foreign investors. Open market operations inflows jumped 151% in Q1 to $5.2 billion, accounting for 92% of all capital inflows. The move has helped steady the naira flowing last year's 43% decline. Moving on, Nigeria's central bank has maintained high double-digit yields on one-year open market operation bill in a bid to attract dollar inflows and stabilize the naira. In Tuesday's auction, the Central Bank of Nigeria sold the note at yields of 23.7%, about 782 basis points above comparable government-issued treasury bills. While treasury bills yields have been falling in 2025, analysts suggest the CBN is deliberately keeping OMO yields above 20% to retain offshore investor interest. Only foreign investors and local banks can access these instruments, which require conversion of foreign currency into naira, supporting liquidity and the local currency. The CBN raised 2.12 trillion naira in the auction, with Rand Marshall Bank estimating 30% to 40% demand came from foreign investors. Open market operation inflows surged 151% to 5.2 billion naira in the first quarter of 2025, making up 92% of total portfolio inflows. Analysts say higher OMO yields make more money and attractive than treasury bills, helping anchor naira stability after a 43% depreciation in 2024. Now turning to the markets, the Nigerian stock market rally continues to impress, with 35 listed equities delivering gains of 100% to over 500% in 2025, pushing the NGX market capitalization close to 100 trillion naira. Analysts expect sentiments to stay positive ahead of H1 results and dividend announcement, but caution some profit taking may emerge. Meanwhile, Nigerian stock market extended its winning streak on August 6, 2025, with the all-share index climbing by 1,017.5 points to close at 145.81. That's a total of 0.7% gain from the previous season, pushing year-to-date performance to 41.67%. Market capitalization also crossed a new milestone, 1892.2 trillion naira. Trading volume surged to 1.7 billion shares, up from 1.0 billion the previous day. Crude Oil PLC led the activity chart with 1 billion shares traded, followed by Link Ashore with 562.3 million shares. Zenith Bank topped the value chart with trades worth 4.5 billion naira. Among trillion naira stock, Transcorp Hotel rose 9.95%, while Boa Cement gained 7.33%. For the Fugas Bank, First Old Coal and GTCO, the Zenith Bank and UBA declined. If current momentum continues, the ASI could soon approach the 1,550 mark. To wrap up the business news hour, a 15% U.S. tariff on Nigerian import takes effect on Wednesday, but Nigeria appears largely unfazed, shifting its focus towards regional and alternative global markets. In an interview with CNN, Trade Minister Jumoke Oduwole described the U.S.-Nigerian trade relationship as mostly an energy trading relationship, highlighting a 24% year-on-year rise in non-oil export to African under AFCFTA. The tone marks a shift from April, when a 14% U.S. tariff prompted concerns about destabilizing challenges to competitiveness and market access. Oduwole now says Nigeria is exploring other alternatives, including growing demand for its fertilizers in Brazil and trade partnership with China, Japan, and the UAE. She emphasized that while the U.S. remains a strategic partner, Nigeria's investment strategy now prioritizes infrastructure, agriculture, and digital trade. Despite the optimism risk remains, Nigeria did not enter negotiations when the tariff was suspended in April. With a $3.29 billion trade surplus in its favor, Trump has now threatened an additional 10% tariff on BRICS-aligned countries like Nigeria, and there is still uncertainty over whether oil and gas export will be exempted. And that wraps up today's Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. I am Glory Brown. Stay tuned and keep watching BDTV.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 7th.
On this day in 1960, Côte d'Ivoire, also known as Ivory Coast, gained its independence from France after being a member of the French community for 2 years. Before colonization, Ivory Coast was home to several states, including Guyana, the Kong Empire, and the Bali. The region became a French protectorate in 1843 and was established as a French colony in 1893 during the Scramble for Africa. It gained independence in 1960 under Felix Houphouët-Boigny, who led the country until 1993. Ivory Coast enjoyed relative regional stability and built strong political economic ties with West African neighbors and Western nations, especially France. However, a 1999 coup disrupted its peace, followed by 2 civil wars from 2012 to 2007 and again in 2010 to 2011. A new constitution was adopted in 2016. Ivory Coast is a republic with strong presidential powers. It became an economic powerhouse in the 1960s to 1970s through coffee and cocoa production. The 1980s brought economic crisis and prolonged instability until 2011. Since then, the economy has grown steadily, averaging 7.1% real growth annually from 2012 to 2023, Africa's second fastest and the world's fourth fastest rate. By 2023, it had West Africa's second highest GDP per capita, behind Cape Verde. Despite growth, 46.1% of Ivorians faced multi-dimensional poverty as of 2016. The country is the world's largest cocoa exporter. Its economy still relies heavily on agriculture, mainly smallholder cash crop farming. On this day in 2008, a war between Russia and Georgia broke out. The conflict began over South Ossetia and Abkhazia, 2 breakaway regions of Georgia. When the 2 provinces broke away from Georgia in the early 1990s, most of the international community did not recognize their independence. Russia, on the other hand, backed them and placed peacekeeping forces in the 2 regions. In 2008, tensions escalated between the 2 countries after Russia moved a large number of troops in the area. The war ended with Russian victory and with Georgia losing parts of South Ossetia and Abkhazia to Russia. On the 17th of August 2008, Russian Finance Minister Alexei Kudrin announced that $7 billion had left Russia between 8 and 11 August. By 20th August, the market value of Russian companies dropped to under $1 trillion. Economist Andrei Illarionov highlighted a link between the escalation of aggressive rhetoric by Russian officials and sharp declines in the Russian financial markets during August-September 2008. Former Estonian Prime Minister Mart Laar remarked in October 2008 that it was a miracle the Georgian economy survived the war. In November 2008, Israeli newspaper Yediot Aharonot observed that it was Georgia's economy, despite defeat, that was prospering, not that of the victorious Russia. Russian newspaper Vedomotsy noted in late October 2008 that no investors had been fleeing Russia prior to the war. Russian journalist Yulia Latinia described the collapse of the Russian stocks as possibly the largest insider deal in history, referring to the war's impact. Bloomberg reported in October 2008 that Russian stocks had become the cheapest in the world. Stratfor added that almost $63 billion in foreign investment exited Russia immediately following its August intervention in Georgia.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Thank you for watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you comprehensive insight into what's happening in the financial markets. I am Norma Obodna, your host. Before we get started, let's look at some of the business news making the rounds. The headlines. Leadway Assurance partners EcoBank to expand access to insurance solutions. Linkage Assurance shareholders receive bonus issue as revenue surges 50% in 2024. Boa Cement, NML were lead gainers as NGX rallies 0.50%, year-to-date return hits 40.68%. Nova Bank seeks to change operating license from national to regional bank. Coronation to list infrastructure fund on NGX after record capital raise. Foreign investment into Nigeria soars by 67% to $5.6 billion in Q1 2025. Now let's begin the news here, where Nigeria's leading insurance provider, Leadway Assurance, has entered into a strategic bank assurance partnership with EcoBank Nigeria Limited. The alliance aims to deliver integrated insurance offerings to EcoBank's employees, customers, and small business owners, embedding access to life, health, motor, and home insurance directly into banking touchpoints. This move is positioned to advance financial inclusion and make insurance more accessible to Nigerians. According to Leadway's Director of Sales, Retail and Partnerships, Kike Lomo Fisher, the collaboration is about simplifying insurance and making it a part of everyday life. By leveraging EcoBank's vast network, she noted the initiative will bridge Nigeria's insurance gap, offering customer-focused solutions right where and when people need them most. EcoBank's head of distribution channels and sales, Ademola Ogunyemi, added that the partnership supports the bank's vision of creating a one-stop hub for financial services. The rollout will begin in select EcoBank branches nationwide, with trained product champions guiding customers through options such as group life cover, personal accident insurance, and term life policies. Also, Linkage Assurance PLC has posted a robust performance in its 2024 financial year, with revenue rising 50% to 22.2 billion naira from 14.84 billion naira in 2023, despite a tough operating environment. At its 31st annual general meeting in Lagos, the underwriting firm reported a slight 3% drop in profit before tax to 5.3 billion naira, alongside a 5% increase in investment income and other revenues to 9.48 billion naira. Total assets climbed to 65.68 billion naira from 51.33 billion naira in 2023. Chairman of the board, Joshua Fomodo, credited the results to sound executive management, underwriting discipline, prudent investments, and strong corporate governance. Shareholders approved a 145 bonus issue amounting to 1.54 billion naira, capitalized from retained earnings in anticipation of possible industry recapitalization. They praised the board's decision, noting the company's resilience and capacity to meet claims. Managing Director and CEO Daniel Bray attributed insurance revenue growth to expansion in motor, fire, oil and gas, marine, and general accident lines, supported by broker-driven distribution. Insurance service results surged 193% to 766.9 million naira, while claims paid totaled 4.58 billion naira, reinforcing the firm's commitment to honoring obligations. Moving on, Nigeria's stock market rallied for the second time this week, gaining 0.50% on Tuesday as investors snapped up shares of top-performing companies. The all-share index, ASI, rose to 144,796.37 points, while market capitalization rose to 91.61 trillion naira. The market's year-to-date return has now climbed to 40.68%. Bua Cement led the gainers, surging 10% from 155 naira to 170 naira 50 kobo. Nigerian Animalware PLC and Need International Pharmaceuticals also recorded 10% gains, closing at 29.70 naira and 7.70 naira respectively. ICO Insurance and Mutual Benefits Assurance joined the top advances, with both stocks gaining 10% each. Analysts at Vetiva Research say the bullish trend is supported by lower interest rates and dividend expectations, but advise caution after the sharp rally. Trading volumes sold at over 1 billion naira shares worth 22.84 billion naira in 308.93 deals. Active stocks included ICO, Fidelity Bank, Universal Insurance, and Veritas Capital. In other news, Novo Bank has announced plans to transition its operating license from a national commercial bank to a regional commercial bank. In a strategic move aimed at optimizing operational efficiency and focusing on key markets, the bank said the shift will consolidate strengths, streamline services, and enable more effective capital deployment. It is applied to the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, for the license recategorization following a review of its growth trajectory and capital strategy after CBN's revised recapitalization directive in March 2024. Acting Managing Director and CEO Mrs. Chinwe Ilogalu described the decision as a prudent approach to sustainable growth, noting that shareholders have committed to injecting an additional 24 billion naira before the end of 2025 to exceed the regional banks' capital requirements ahead of the 2026 deadline. GCR recently reaffirmed Novo Bank's BBB rating with a stable outlook, citing strong liquidity, improving earnings, and sound asset quality. Despite the license downgrade, Nova will expand its branch network in Owerri, Port Harcourt, and Abuja while investing in digital infrastructure. Chairman of the board, Mr. Phillips Oduzua, said the recalibration positions the bank from optimal growth and capacity building with a plan to return to a national license within 36 months. Meanwhile, Coronation Asset Management, a provider of managed funds and customized portfolios and offers investors access to diverse asset classes and tailored solutions, is set to list its Coronation Infrastructure Fund, CIF, on the Nigerian exchange, following a record-breaking 8.79 billion maiden series one capital raise, the largest debut of an infrastructure fund in Nigeria. The listing will see 87.9 million units priced at 100 naira each, made available to institutional and retail investors, providing greater access to infrastructure-focused investments. The CEO described CIF as both a strategic investment tool and a nation-building mechanism, channeling capital into critical sectors such as transportation, utilities, energy, telecommunications, real estate, and social infrastructure. Head of Asset Management, Mayowa Ikotun, emphasized that the fund targets high-impact projects, delivering long-term returns while addressing developmental challenges. Since launch, CIF has distributed over 1.7 billion naira in dividend across 2 income cycles and was recently named Nigeria's best performing median infrastructure fund by Gazette International Awards. Analysts say the NGX listing will boost market visibility for infrastructure as an investable category. And to end the business news this morning, Nigeria recorded a total capital importation of $5.642 billion in Q1 2025, a 67.12% increase from the $3.376 billion in Q1 2024 and a 10.86% higher than the $5.059 billion posted in Q4 2024, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. Portfolio investment led inflows at $5.204 billion, followed by other investments at $3.17 million, while foreign district investment stood at $126.29 million. The banking sector attracted the largest share with $3.127 billion, representing 55.44% of the total. The UK was the leading source of capital with $3.68 billion, that is a 65.26%, trade by South Africa at $501.29 million and Mauritius at $394.51 million. Abuja FCT topped as the prime destination, receiving over $3.047 billion or a 54.11% of total inflows, followed by Lagos with $2.564 billion and Ogun State with $7.95 million. Standard Chartered Bank Nigeria Limited received the highest capital importation at $2.103 billion, ahead of Stanbic IBTC Bank PLC with $1.398 billion and Citibank Nigeria Limited with $1.052 billion. And that's it for now on the business news this morning. After the break, we'll return with an update from the markets of yesterday. Welcome back. You're still tuned to Economy and Markets here on BDTV, where we give you comprehensive insights into what's happening in the financial markets. I'm your host, Norma Obona. Let's take a look at the updates from the markets yesterday. Now, it was another bullish day at the Nigerian exchange as the all-share index climbed at 724.59 points to close at 144,769.37, marking a 0.50% gain. This extends the NGX year-to-date return to an impressive 40.68%. Now, the market capitalization rose to 91.63 trillion naira, while investors exchanged over 1.02 billion shares valued at 22.84 billion naira across 38 and 932 deals. Now, in the top gainers chart, it was a clean sweep of 10% gains. Boas Cement surged to 170.50 naira, while Nigerian Animal Wear closed at 29.70 naira. Nimed Pharmaceuticals closed at 7.70 naira, and ICO Insurance closed at 2 naira 64 kobo, and Mutual Funds Benefits Assurance rounded it off at 2.20 naira. And on the flip side, the biggest laggards were Living Trust, down nearly 10% to 5.94 naira, and UPDC rates, Academic Press and Mercure all losing over 9%, while Cadbury Nigeria dropped 7.35% to 63 naira. Now, among the most actively traded stocks, ICO Insurance led the pack with over 97 million shares, followed closely by Universal Insurance, Linkage Assurance, and Fidelity Bank with 1.24 billion naira in traded value. And we also have Veritasi Capital rounding all out the top 5. Now, let's turn to the global scene. In the US, markets dipped also. The Dow Jones lost over 0.14%, while the S&P 500 fell at 0.49%, while the Nasdaq Composite slipped 0.64%. In contrast, Asia was largely positive, having Japan's Nikkei rising to 0.64% and South Korea's KOPC gained 1.60%, while Hong Kong's Hang Seng added 0.64%. Now let's move over to Europe, where the FTSE 100 and the CAC 40 and DAX all posted modest gains. And finally, to the currency markets. In addition, the Naira traded at 1,500 26 naira to a dollar, while it traded 1,769,000 naira to the euro and 2,029 naira to the pound sterling. And now that brings us to the end of yesterday's market updates. After the break, we'll return with a conversation about MTN's Nigeria performance in H1 2025. Welcome back. And in case you're just tuning in, this is Economy and Markets here on BDTV, where we give you comprehensive insights into what's happening in the financial markets. Now let's shift our gears and head to a conversation on the MTN Nigeria's performance in H1 2025. In a stunning reversal of fortune, MTN Nigeria has delivered one of the most dramatic comebacks in the markets this year in the corporate scene. From a staggering 519 billion naira loss in the first half of 2024, the telecoms giant has bounced back to post a 415 billion naira profit in H1 2025. That is not just a discovery, but an entire statement. Driven by surging data demand, strategic price adjustments, and improved macroeconomic stability, MTN service revenue jumped over 54%, while EBITDA more than doubled, crossing the trillion naira mark. The company is also pouring massive investments into infrastructure, launching West Africa's largest Tier 3 data center and expanding its fintech footprint. But this momentum, is it sustainable? And how might it shape investors' sentiment in the months ahead? Joining me now to unpack the numbers and outlook is Kayode Eseyin, a research associate at Cardinal Stone Securities. Good morning, Mr. Kayode.
Yeah, good morning.
And welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Now, quickly, let's jump right into this conversation with some of the top questions. So, what were the main drivers behind this robust turnaround in service and the total revenue?
So, I think for the first half of 2025, or at least at the start of the year, there were talks about a tariff increase or implementation of a repricing for the entire sector as a result of the fact that we haven't seen anything of sort for close to a 10-year period, right? And though, I mean, towards the end of last year, it was starting to look like it became very clear that the tariff implementation was going to happen. I think the only question as of then was when it was going to happen. And so following the NCC's approval that came in around February, late February, if I recall correctly, it was clear that the modes for the sector, or particularly for MTN, were pointing significantly upwards. And so the main driver for the earnings recovery, though that's not the only support they got, was the price increase that they following the approvals. And so as a result, if you check the earnings release, we saw strong growth in both voice and data revenues. Data in particularly grew by about 69%. And that's partly because of the tariff increase of about 50%, like I mentioned earlier. But interestingly, right, we are seeing that even despite the price increases that came in, with demand for data products is quite robust and strong. Because even going by NCC data, for example, we saw for that total data usage for the entire industry for at least the most recent data that has come out from the NCC shows that we are currently even higher than average data usage in January, which is interesting because generally speaking, when you have a 50% price increase, you don't expect, the normal expectation, depending on elasticity of demand anyway, is that there will be some pullback in prices. And though there was an initial pullback, the data usage has recovered strongly, indicating that there is demand for these products, and these products are relatively inelastic. And so to your question, the main drivers were the price increases and still very robust demand for data services and voice.
Okay, so what specific cost and efficiency initiatives supported such strong margins that we saw from MTN half this year?
Oh, okay. So for margins, right, one of the benefits of having a bad year really is the fact that it gives you an opportunity to basically learn from your mistakes or find out or figure out a way to do business better. And that's what MTN in particular did the last year and the past 2 years. So for one, they tried as much as possible to de-risk their balance sheet. That is by making sure that
quite a number of their sources, of their cost items rather, are localized or nairalized, if you will. So essentially before, they were exposed significantly to FX volatility as a result of the fact that a large portion of their lease payments were in dollars or dollarized, not necessarily paid payments in dollars. Most of them actually were paid in naira, but they were dollar linked. And so the devaluation meant that margins were pressured on that front. And then also there is also the energy inflation passed through from their lease components. And so the renegotiation of the lease contracts essentially meant that the pass-throughs from the components are capped. And then the move to deleverage their balance sheet, to move away from having high dollar liabilities, also meant that at least finance costs and associated costs associated relating to dollar components were minimized. And so the lessons from last year were taken, and they restructured their business operations and even their balance sheets to protect themselves from FX devaluation and energy price volatility. And we are starting to see the benefits of that.
Now to the next question. You see, in H1, we saw MTN's capex hit over 560 billion naira. How are these strategic investments expected to contribute to the revenue and margins in the medium term?
Okay, and so for MTN, right, if you look across them at their history, the company has been quite aggressive in investing in the Nigerian space. I think at some point they were the poster boy for, and I think they still are, for investing in Nigeria and believing in the Nigerian story, dating as far back as, they have over 2 decades of business experience in this industry. And the momentum that we saw, at least going by their history up until the FX and volatility crisis, gives reason to support their optimism in the country. And it's no surprise really that following the tariff implementation, right, they are ramping up capex again. And that's because, like I said, they've made quite a lot of investment in Nigerian story, and they have reaped quite the profits anyway. And so going ahead, especially when you look at the Nigerian healthy demographics and the fact that, like I said, the demand for their product is relatively inelastic, and so there is more than enough reason to cheer. And so going forward, what we expect is that these capex surges will continue, though in H1 in particular, part of what we saw in the H1 capex was a front-loading exercise, but nonetheless, capex for this year would likely come in strong as the company tries as much as possible to ramp up its network coverage, extend its both 4G and 5G coverage, and just ensure that data services and even voice services are available to subscribers as when it is needed. And so the impact of this again would mean that MTN is likely to continue to remain its industry leadership position. MTN is also expected to benefit significantly from this expanded reach and coverage, and this would bode well for shareholders in the long term. And so the investment we are seeing in that space is likely to continue.
Okay, let's go to their share price. This year it has reached over 470 naira. Are the fundamentals strong enough to support the rally?
So at current prices, okay, let me start from where we are coming from. I think sometime last year, MTN was trading way below a 200 naira mark, which as of then, depending on how you choose to look at it, made a lot of sense, especially if you look at the fact that the company's equity position was quite was essentially negative, right? Yes. And even though they were starting to recover, there were signs of recovery then, it remains to be seen how far or how fast the recovery was going to come in, right? And so in Q1 this year, following the tariff increases, I think that's part of when the market really changed in terms of its sentiments towards the stock, because following the Q1 release, that's when the majority of the bull run started to come in. And then going by their Q2 numbers, right, it's starting to look like the market optimism is quite justified, especially when you look at the earnings standalone and say even try and analyze it over a 1 year period. You start to look like MTN today is significantly even better than it was, say, 3-4 years ago, despite the fact that they still have some weakness in terms of their equity position. And even on that point, right, the expectation is, going by their Q2 run rate, is that by Q3, Q4 unfairly, but mostly Q3, the company's equity position is likely to turn positive, right? And so momentum is quite strong for the company in the current year. And then if you even look far ahead, say 1 year, 2 year, 3 years from now, it's starting to look like MTN might actually outperform its own historical trend, especially with the added impetus or strength of tariff increases that have been granted to them. And so it's really starting to look like the value was justified. And though it's a bit elevated at current levels, I think this is the all-time high for MTN, 471, 480 levels. I think it traded at 480 at some point.
Yeah.
But if you look at it from the fact that it's an all-time high, it might start to look really worrisome. But if you look at earnings forecast or earnings momentum for the company, you would say that, I mean, Q2 earnings standalone was basically an all-time high for the company. So maybe indeed it's starting to look like the rally is supported by strong fundamentals. But yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I'm Deborah Eze. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Petron exposes NNPC's retention of Port Harcourt refinery. Court places Ikeja Disco's KEPCO in reverse receivership worsening Nigeria's power woes. From one denies spilling alcohol on pilot, airport staff. M23 rebels killed 319 civilians in East DR Congo in July, UN says. Nicholas Jackson's Chelsea future uncertain, says Maresca. Let's now begin the news in Nigeria, where the National Publicity Secretary of the Petroleum Products and Retail Owners Association of Nigeria, Joseph Obele, has disagreed with the decision of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited ruling out the sale of the Port Harcourt refinery. Obele revealed that he strongly disagreed with the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited's decision to rule out the sale of the Port Harcourt refinery company. The secretary says the comment by the Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPC, Bayo Ojulari, that the refinery would not be privatized was not good news to him, saying plans to keep the Port Harcourt refinery under NNPC management are concerning. In his words, private firms tend to prioritize the interests of host communities, unlike the government-owned ones. And moving on, a Lagos High Court has taken control of Ikeja Electric and KEPCO Energy Resources, two major players in the country's power sector, adding to worries about the industry's financial troubles. According to reports, the court's decision comes as the sector faces a cash crisis estimated at 2 trillion naira. Justice Akintayo Aluko ordered banks and regulators to freeze the company's assets and accounts, approving the appointment of Kule Ogumba as receiver manager based on a 2013 agreement. This development has raised concerns about the future of private investment in the sector, especially for upgrading the country's critical power grid and adding renewable energy. To end the local news, Fuji Maestro King Wasiu Ayinde Marshal, probably known as Kwan, has refuted allegations of violating airport security protocol levied against him by the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria.
FAN on Wednesday of 6th of August announced that it had launched a probe into Aide's altercation with airport personnel at the domestic terminal of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja on Tuesday. The authority says preliminary investigations confirmed that the artist was scheduled to board the morning flight to Lagos operated by ValueJet Airlines. FAN noted that during boarding, the musician attempted to carry an unidentified liquid substance on board, despite repeated warnings from aviation security personnel and the flight captain. In his response, Ainde revealed that FAN's account of the incident was exaggerated and misleading, adding that the liquid substance in question was water and not alcohol as claimed. And onto the foreign scene, Volker Turk, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, has revealed that the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels has killed at least 319 civilians, including 48 women and 19 children, last month in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. According to Turk, violence in the Rushuru territory of North Kiev province reportedly produced one of the largest documented death tolls in such attacks since the M23's resurgence in 2022. Reuters first reported on the killings in late July, citing findings by the UN Joint Human Rights Office that puts the death toll to 169 people. M23 leader Bertrand Bisimwa, however, told Reuters that it would investigate, noting that the report could be a smear campaign. And to end the news, Chelsea manager Enzo Maresca says striker Nicholas Jackson could be on his way out of the club this summer, insisting that anything can happen during the transfer window. Maresca did not rule out the possibility of Jackson leaving Stamford Bridge, especially after the club signed 2 new strikers. Jackson's future has come under increased speculation following Chelsea's activity in the transfer market, with Maresca's comment adding further fuel to the rumors. The manager also confirmed an injury concern in the squad, revealing that defender Levi Colwill is currently sidelined. Now, this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Keep watching BDTV.
Watching Business Day Television.
government came back and made it compulsory. And I can see that that is actually the government's agenda to drive the demand side for healthcare. And like he said, it is not just about government. The private sector employs most Nigerians. So it is also therefore very, very important that even starting from the organized private sector, everybody subscribes to the basic healthcare insurance so that that can grow the basket of funds that is available. Yes, government can intervene, but we know that intervention of government like cash transfer are interventions. They are not sustainable. They are just periodic inputs to change the landscape. So my appeal, subscription to health insurance has grown from about 70 million to close to 20 million in 2 years. Now, this is also one major aspect that government is concerned about, because if you grow the subscription and there's no facility to provide quality care, then at the end of the day, what will happen is that the credibility of the insurance is lost and there's no way you can harvest more participation. So government is concerned about the supply side as a result of that. It's also important to note that on an annual basis, Nigerians spend about close to $2 billion on health tourism. That's a demand side that we need to look at how to keep it in country. And that is why some of those efforts we have highlighted have a significant part of it in country. That we need to look at how to keep it in country. And that is why some of those efforts we have highlighted have a significant part of it in country. So those are
poor healthcare management, dilapidated facilities, which further worsen the problem of unequal access. Shortages in human resource for health, social, economic, and political factors, and then something that has been mentioned earlier, limited pharmaceutical manufacturing of pharmaceuticals and other commodities, addressing social determinants of health, such as education, housing, and living conditions, community engagement and empowerment, and domestic resource mobilization. So allow me to just dwell a bit on this domestic resource mobilization. We're in a climate where external financing is leaving, and some of these thoughts came to me watching and listening to the interactions of the panel. We have an organized private sector. They have corporate social responsibility initiatives that they undertake. But unfortunately, there isn't a systematic and harnessed approach towards tackling corporate social responsibility. And that is where I believe government, as the regulators of the private sector and as partners for development, should initiate conversation before the passing this bank in collaboration with the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. His foundation, the Herbert Owigwe Foundation, committed to creating renewable energy and mini grids and upgrading 10% of the primary healthcare facilities in Rivers State. That commitment was made during the administration of the current Honorable Minister for the FCT, His Excellency Ezenwa Wike. But it continued even in Governor Fubara's administration. Why I'm stating this is because another problem that we face at subnational leadership is continuity of implementation of beautiful and potentially impactful policies. If we remove the mindset and the focus from the people and look at only the players, then you understand why continuity is often a problem. But when you focus on the people and the benefits that can be derived from such policy, it is immaterial who initiated the project. The important thing is that it benefits the people of the state and the people of the country. The next is collaborations, international collaborations. I believe that with the focus, the nationalistic focus that countries like the US and the UK are taking, there are opportunities now for us as a nation to expand conversations with countries in Asia, in the Middle East, BRICS countries that we can collaborate with, countries in the Caribbean, to see how we can work together, knowing and recognizing that a lot of the challenges that we face are common to those countries as well. So in Rivers State, under the leadership of His Excellency Governor Siminalayi Fubara, we were determined to address inequities through a strategic health systems building approach. Remember, I said we based a lot of our decisions on data and evidence from data that had been collected from the people of the state. And we wanted to ensure that this would align with the federal government's Nigeria Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative. So this focus, in conjunction with community-oriented views, gave rise to the Health for All Rivers strategy, which kicked off in the late 2023, 6 months after the commencement of the administration. And it was built on 7 pillars. The first was financial and geographical access to health. The second was access to essential medicines and commodities. Next, human resources for health, followed by health security, emergency and preparedness and response, domestic resource mobilization, health information and data, and lastly, health systems leadership and governance as a critical pillar. So for financial accessibility, we implemented the River State Contributory Health Protection Program, RIFCHIP. Within 1 year of the commencement of that, we had enrolled 100,000 vulnerable persons, including children under 5 years, pregnant women, the elderly, and persons living with disability. But we realized that that was just a subset, even be package for health insurance. But in order to ensure that that would be effective, we had to collaborate with trade unions and the informal sector directly with civil society to engage and enroll, and even down to crafting the essential benefit package so that it was in alignment with their needs. For human resource for health, we employed and trained 2,000 frontline healthcare workers deployed across the state, not just in Port Harcourt, especially for remote communities, then bringing our health workforce in River State to the 7,992 that we have today. And recognizing as well, as was stated earlier by the CEO of AMSI, for all states and LGA health workers who had had stagnations in their career progression were made to sit for promotion interviews, and there was an unlocking of the promotion process for all states and LGA health workers. Approval of payment of outstanding clinical trainer allowances, promotion arrears for staff of consolidated salary scheme for health workers and for medical doctors, and the increased hazard allowance in the state. There was also increased state scholarship recipients by 50% to ensure a steady pipeline of healthcare workers from training into the profession. And the quota for admissions at the River State College of Nursing Sciences increased by 142%. For geographical accessibility, we've renovated and upgraded about 180 primary healthcare centers through state government investment and partnerships with the World Bank and with the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare through the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. We strengthened referral services by upgrading cottage, general, and zonal hospitals to cater to the needs of clusters of primary healthcare centers that need to refer cases requiring surgical intervention and management of complications. Several months ago, we commissioned the zonal hospital in Bori, and I just want to use this as an example of our secondary level hospitals. There's a 105-bed hospital located in Bori, in the heart of Ogoni land. It was commissioned in March. The hospital itself is a 3-story building, but it has support facilities such as laundry, mortuary, and staff quarters. So we have 2-bedroom apartments for the higher level staff, 1-bedroom apartments, and the single self-contained apartments with parking for 50 vehicles. Why I'm emphasizing this is that this is a rural facility. And one of the things that hinders the deployment or retention of healthcare workers in rural communities is accommodation, security, and access to basic utilities. It's also important to note that this community-oriented focus of the administration led to a massive increase in health facility attendance for the entire senatorial district comprising 7 local government areas, which increased by nearly 60%. From about 589,000 patients to nearly 1 million patients between 2022 and 2024. Therefore, building the capacity of healthcare workers in our local communities and lightening the burden on our state teaching hospital, where most of them used to go to seek care. So we're talking about innovation, we're talking about research, development, and our tertiary level specialists are burdened by treating common ailments that could have been addressed at primary health care. We're already tying their hands behind their back, and we cannot expect any innovation from such facilities. We've collaborated with academia to design innovative approaches to providing school health care services for school children between the age of 5 and 17. Because we know that a lot of the attention is on the under 5s, and then by the time they're 18, they're then adults. But we recognize that there was a gap. School health services were not being provided and were constituting a burden on families for addressing some of the healthcare needs of school-age children. Partnering with Ministry of Education to equip and staff sick bays in our state girls secondary school with 24-hour rotational nursing care from the Ministry of Health and linkage to primary healthcare centers and community hospitals for state-funded healthcare services. I would like to at this point state that while we're talking about informal sector enrollment in health insurance, it is critical. And I was particularly excited when one of the discussants at the panel mentioned increasing government investment in health insurance enrollment. Imagine if a state government every year gives itself a target for several billions for the enrollment, recognizing that those funds will indeed end up in the facilities. What that means is that you start building, you're sustaining that infrastructure investment, you are building local capacity, at the same time you're ensuring financial access for our people and building trust in the social contract. We do not emphasize enough the fact that in governance, there is a social contract. There are expectations. And even if realistically we know that government on one side of the social contract cannot provide everything, government in that position can engage with partners who can do that. And I think a lot of those conversations have to be had between the public sector and the organized private sector to drive that. We established integrated management of acute malnutrition sites across the 3 senatorial districts of the state to address childhood malnutrition, reduce the burden of underweight, stunted, and acutely malnourished children in the state. This further drove in demand into the healthcare facilities because whether we like it or not, it's a reality that now Nigeria is the #1 country for malnutrition. Introduction of eye care services, mental health services, and obstetric imaging into the portfolio of healthcare services at primary care level. Opening of burns units and modular surgical theater and ICU at the River State, 12-bed capacity ICU at the River State University Teaching Hospital. For health security, emergency preparedness and response, we revitalized the state's 24-hour emergency medical services and ambulance system in collaboration with the national through NEMSAS, deploying ambulances across the 23 local government areas with dedicated round-the-clock customer services and complaints management system. But we also realized that land ambulances are restricted in a terrain like us that is also riverine, and so our plan for 2026 will be to introduce both ambulance systems for our riverine communities. Multi-sectoral efforts at tackling infectious disease outbreaks effectively contained outbreaks of Lassa fever, Mpox, and cholera in the state in 2024. For health information, we started the digitalization and strengthening of the state's health management information system for evidence-based learning, planning, and decision-making. And domestic resource mobilization, I mentioned what the Herbert Owigwe Foundation has done in primary healthcare, but this has also been mimicked by several other foundations, educational foundations such as the Pamo Educational Foundation, community stakeholders and leaders, and even the armed forces building primary healthcare centers, equipping them, and then handing over to government for effective management and sustainability. Access to essential medicines and commodities. We've increased government investment in reproductive health commodities and distributed to over 400 healthcare facilities. In collaboration with the World Bank, distributed malaria medicines and commodities such as insecticide-treated bed nets to over 400 facilities across the state, training community health providers and traditional birth attendants on counseling and risk assessment for health needs, engaging partnerships for medicines, pharmaceuticals, manufacturing in the state. This brings me to the issue of regulation and enforcement of laws that was mentioned during the panel. For us, we had to set up a task force. And that task force was not domiciled purely at the ministry. The ministry is coordinating, but it is in collaboration with the Nigerian Medical Association for the provision of medical services, and then for pharmaceuticals with the Pharmaceutical Society and other professional associations, civil society, and the security agencies. It was mentioned that, oh, the security agencies are not enforcing. Something needs to incentivize them to support the enforcement of those laws. And we see it as a responsibility of the Ministry of Health to coordinate that system that ensures that both the medical professionals and the pharmaceutical products that are on the streets are actually well regulated, and anybody who is counter to that faces the full brunt of the law, but it is driven. And for leadership and governance, reconstituting and repositioning of the governing boards of both health parastatals for improved management across the 3 tiers of healthcare: primary, secondary, and the tertiary. And of course, our development of this 7-point healthcare, Health for All River strategy ensured that our healthcare transformation strategy was steeped in evidence and derived from our community's needs. So in concluding, as we seek to advance equity, infrastructure, and inclusive leadership in healthcare, we cannot effectively achieve this if we fail to adopt a community-based approach, embracing a nothing for us without us perspective, and we must collectively own this paradigm shift. And so, as I'm ending, I would like to share a quote from the Director General of Africa CDC, who said that Africa cannot continue outsourcing its health security. This is not about aid, it is about ownership. And so while we talk about the national and the collective challenges with equity and access to quality healthcare services in the country, each and every state of ours must collectively own our responsibility for our state's people, and that reliance of and our national statistics. So on that note, I wish to congratulate the publisher and the management of BusinessDay for putting together, convening this high-level engagement for the transformation of health equity and access in the Nigerian healthcare space. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. Thank you. Eloquent. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. Thank you. Eloquent, clear, unambiguous speech. Please, can we give her another round of applause, please? %70 of external health aid will be gone just by the end of 2025? How do we sustain equity? 100% healthcare delivery will require everybody's involvement. Doctor spoke about collaborations, community engagement, to get this happen. Bearing in mind that there is social contract in governance. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that insightful speech. Women like you make us proud and give us, the impetus that, Nigeria is already good. Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for her, because indeed, I learned a lot. Dr. Daisy, please, with your kind permission, are you open to a few questions or something, maybe 1 or 2 questions, please? Thank you. Just 2 questions, please.
Dr. Adaize, I would like to first of all say that a very good presentation of that. Congratulations. I could also see that you're quite young. And for me, that means you should be seen being very innovative and also being very flexible. All right? Now, my concern from the presentation you've made was the fact that was a challenge that we have seen in the course of our government officials driving what the law stipulates they should do with their personal perception and personal interpretation. And that is why most of the developmental trajectory that we are meant to achieve in this country are being truncated by changes in leadership. And I'm speaking directly to some of the issues you raised in your presentation, starting from the fact that you, as a ministry or the commissioner, is the one driving the health insurance program. Ideally, we run a capitalist economy whereby at the national and the subnational level, government projects are meant to be driven by the private sector, to be regulated by the government agencies or the ministry. So with the health insurance program, because we've interfaced with the Ministry of Education of Health probably before your appointment, and what really put us back completely was the fact that the state was thinking of driving the health insurance program by themselves. And it's like, do you really understand the importance and the role of the health maintenance organization in the scheme of things? The HMOs are the health auditors. All these things that you are deploying to the security to now enforce whatever are meant to be handled professionally by the health maintenance organization. Who deals with the waiting time of the enrollees in the facilities? Who monitors the quality of care that is being provided for the enrollees in their chosen facilities? Who ensure unhindered access? Who ensure that the services are provided as designed? So these are many more are the major challenges that we've seen. You recall that in the course of my presentation on that panel, I mentioned the fact that I've sat on the governing board of Lagos State Health Management Agency, representing Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. My role on that platform is well defined to set the right standards for the health insurance program to be driven. I've equally mentioned the fact that I was once on the governing council of National Health Insurance Authority. What am I doing there? To set the standards. It's not a tea party. So if there's anything I'm going to run by you, you may not necessarily respond to this, but seriously, you need to go back to the drawing board and begin to recalibrate. Because the health insurance program is meant to be driven by the health maintenance organizations, being regulated by the state ministries. But what we've seen playing out, including Lagos State, is a situation whereby states are now sitting down somewhere, developing the premium without any actuarial inputs of what the basic plan should be. And let's face reality. Maybe I should share this with us. On the health insurance program, social in particular, there are 2 identified risk managers. The primary risk manager is the primary healthcare facilities at the primary level. And that risk management process is driven by volume. So if you appoint a primary risk manager, a primary healthcare facility somewhere, and you just allow 2, 3, or 10 enrollees to access care there, that man is not managing any risk. And that translates automatically to poor service being provided. Because if you pay him, let's say 3 naira or 4 naira or 350 or 400, and you are paying that across 10 lives, which is just about, let's say, 40,000. A single visit by a single enrollee will clean up that fund. So subsequent visits will translate to poor service being. So all of these are the things that we also need. People like us are sharing with the so-called doctors, physicians that are driving health insurance at the national and subnational levels. So that everybody will understand the fact that the health insurance program we are talking about is basically health risk management process, such that we identify who manages the risk at primary level and who deals with risk management at the secondary and tertiary levels. The HMO does that, and they are held responsible for that. Okay, I wouldn't want to go too much into this, but I honestly think if there's anything you are going to take away from this outing, is the need for you to recalibrate your operational process for measurable health outcomes in River State. Thank you.
Thank you, Otumba, sir, for that intervention. Thank you so much. Okay, next person.
So thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. I'm glad. I'm glad. I mean, it's painful. I had to step out to do an interview, but I heard the beginning and the ending of your speech. I think was wonderfully delivered. Thank you. So mine is just, when I came in, I heard you say something about donation of primary healthcare facilities. Some philanthropists build. So again, just to put it in perspective, maybe it's done, maybe it's not done, so that we're also guided. I'm from Ondo State. I was Deputy Director of Medical Services at Primary Healthcare before I came to do what I do now in the development space. And something we observed was that when you say senators, House of Rep members, philanthropists, corporate organizations are building primary healthcare facilities, they were only building houses. They were building 3-bedroom flats. The question is, I remember at that time, the permanent secretary now had to call a meeting to say, guys, all these things they say they are donating PHCs. Do we even have a department that works with the Ministry of Works or physical planning and stuff? Can we articulate what the architectural piece of a typical primary health center should be, following National Primary Health Care's guideline that came later to now say this is what Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 should be? So mine is just to say, I hope that you have that kind of guide, so that Shell, Total, whoever they are, doesn't just wake up tomorrow and say, we're giving you a primary healthcare center. That is actually a 3-bedroom flat. It's not fit for purpose. There's a way a hospital should be built. And so people are not just doing that. That's one. Secondly, I also hope that when they are doing these things, because which was the second reason why at that time we now considered doing a bill, and I was a part of that team to draft to say, let's go to the Ondo State House of Assembly and tell them, guys, we need to have a bill to regulate how people are donating health centers. Why? Because when the senator just decided in his or her constituency project that I want to build a primary health center, he did not tell the primary healthcare board. So you know what happened? They just finish and they just come with their letterhead papers with that flag. You know how intimidating they like to make it look. And say, permanent secretary, I've just donated a blah, blah, blah for my, and then come and put staff there. That's the second part challenge. Now, you did not tell me when you were building. Now you have brought something that looks like a 3-bedroom flat. You've taken pictures, you've sent it everywhere that you have donated the primary health center. You are now asking me to come and put staff. Do you even know what my human resource for health plan is? Do you know the shortage I have? So I hope some of these things are taken into consideration, because what looks sometimes like people are helping you, they're actually creating a bigger problem for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We truly do.
Yeah, I would like to respond to, because that was one of the things that I faced when I started in the role. And so what we then put in place was between the ministry and the primary healthcare development, the state primary healthcare development agency, which we call a board. We work with the directors of medical services, so your previous contemporary in River State, with the Department of Planning, Research and Statistics of the primary healthcare board. So we engage with them from the process of construction. So we didn't even leave the responsibility of them communicating to the ministry, oh, we're doing this. We engage with local government councils as well. The minute somebody is planning a primary healthcare facility, immediately notify the ministry and the board, so that at that point, whether you reach us or not, we will engage with you and tell you that you're only building the doctor's quarter of the primary healthcare center. Do you want to expand? And so for those that I shared that were donated and staffed, they were in accordance with those national guidelines that we use to develop a different tier of primary healthcare centers.
Thank you so much for that intervention. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Daisy. It's not easy to be a commissioner. If you think it is, please go to your state and try. Thank you so much. Okay.
I would also like to say that we will be engaging with the private sector to strengthen our state health insurance. As at the time the state health insurance was implemented, we were the only state in the country that hadn't started implementation. And so for us, this year has been a year of learning, but we also were opportunistic because we saw it that we are the last state to come on board with state health insurance. But what it means is that we have opportunities to leapfrog. And those opportunities will come from the lessons that we will glean from the mistakes that states that had implemented prior to us had made and had learned from, so that hopefully we will not be making the same mistakes and we will gain trajectory in the shortest possible time. So our approach will be to engage more with private sector and civil society to strengthen our state health insurance.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so right about now, we are so sorry that tea break is delayed. Is it tea lunch? Lunch tea? Whatever. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so tea is served. Please, we just have 15 minutes. You know, we need to run. We are already behind schedule. So just go outside, grab your tea, come inside the hall so that we can continue, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. 15 minutes, please. I'm already counting. We still have very important presentations, technical presentations that we made, and our last panel session. We promise you we won't take so much of your time anymore, please. Thank you so much. 15 minutes we have for tea break, and we're back here. Grab your tea and come back, please, to the hall. Let's continue. Thank you.
Help drive sales, leads, or site traffic by getting your business.
Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of it. And when you fall asleep, no tomorrow. Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of it. And when you fall asleep, no tomorrow. Tonight I'm moving. Just let go. Just let go. Just let go.
are watching Business Day Television.
Business Day Millennial Hangout. I am Ethel Adono, a social media strategist here at Business Day, and today I'm very much excited to be your moderator for this insightful conversation. Today's topic is financial literacy, projecting and investing for financial freedom. Today's topic is one that hits close home for most of us because the truth is we might not have been opportune to really have been taught about how to save wisely, invest, or even grow our incomes. So as usual, Business Day is bringing this conversation right straight to you and is free of charge. So thank you all for joining us today. And of course, I am not here to do this alone. I've got brilliant speakers with me here today, and it will be my utmost pleasure to introduce them to you all.
Forward to a very meaningful and productive conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And lastly, we have Adeze Kingsley Anyango, Head Personal Banking Sector at Access Bank UK Limited. Thank you so much for joining us, Adeze. Please say hello to our listeners.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today, hanging out with you, and I look forward to a productive session.
Thank you so much for being here today. Okay, moving on. I would like to give you a quick rundown of this section. So first off, we'll be taking a brief presentation from our speakers before we move straight to the Q&A section. So thank you for joining us. And of course, this is going to be an insightful one. So going forward, I would like to call on our first speaker, Adetayo Jinadu, to proceed with his presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ethel. I would just share my screen, just a second.
Okay. All right, so while we wait for Adetayo to share his screen, I would like to indulge us all. If you know a friend who needs to be here and is not here yet, please do well to share the meeting link with them, your family member, because this is an interesting topic. And of course, it's always a pleasure to discuss financial literacy because it's a topic that is very important in this our present day generation. So thank you for being here. Okay, I think his screen is up now.
Okay, thank you once again. So just a little brief. We've been given a little lesson and just been tasked to create little slides. For the most part, we're trying to make this presentation as short and simple as possible and straight to the point. The focus of the session is budgeting and investing for financial freedom. But to make sure we are able to cover enough topics in this little presentation, I am going to be focusing primarily on the investment aspect because budgeting, there's loads of tools online for you to access. If you're listening in, everyone pretty much has an idea of the 50-30-20 rule. There's a lot of resources as well available, but on the investment aspect of things, it's a lot more complicated, and people might find it difficult to understand. So we'll be going into that in this presentation. So first off, as a rule of thumb for us at ZCrest and ZCrest World, we always believe that examples are literally the best ways to learn. So first things first, we would be going through this approach by presenting scenarios. And one perfect scenario we always use is, if you had 10 million naira, where would you put it? Where would you invest it? You just luckily received 10 million naira from an uncle, from a friend. What should you do with that? So to give you a little time to think about it, would you put it in a bank? Would you put it in a fixed deposit? Would you find a money doubling scheme to put that money in? We'll present a few scenarios as we go through these slides, and probably learn a few things as to what you should do if you have any sort of money, whether it's 5,000 naira, 20,000 naira, 500K, or 10 million that we have in this scenario. So example one, scenario one, you are promised 30% yield in 90 days. This is an option. It's a viable option for certain people. But of course, we'll go through what could happen if you choose any of these scenarios that I'm going to mention here. Scenario B, you choose to put it in a bank. You promised a yield of 3 to 4%. Of course, here you promise safety as well. Scenario C, you choose to put it and invest it or keep the money in a fintech, which promises you 17% annually. And scenario D, you choose to use a SEC licensed asset manager, who is yielding about 15 to 21% annually. So what happens? These are the four scenarios again. A, 30% in 90 days. B, a bank, which yield 3 to 4% annually. C, a fintech, which will be 17% annually. And D, a SEC licensed asset manager, which will be 15 to 21% annually. So what happens if you chose A? I am sorry to say, A, as we can see, is probably a pyramid scheme. If you are promised that you will get 30% in 90 days when the existing or current MPR rate is just about 27%, you should know that something is fishy. So first things first, for lessons, when you're choosing to invest anywhere, you want to consider the risk and ensure that this interest rate or whatever rates they are giving you is actually possible. Understand what is being invested in, understand how they are calculating their rates, because most often than not, it's probably another Ponzi scheme, it's possibly another MMM, or as of recent, I can't remember the name of CBEX. So primarily, you want to ensure that you are choosing the right company to give your money to, or else you will end up like our brother here, who has to balance his Gary diet with some onions just to make sure that he can retain his sight. So B, choose to put it in a bank. Yes, you're guaranteed you're guaranteed trust. There's possibly nothing, the risk of anything happening to you. Your money is next to none. But of course, you would only yield a little amount of interest, or next to nothing, in a year. And of course, there's the current bank charges that us Nigerians always tend to complain about. C, fintechs. Not to bog down any fintechs, probably one of the greatest things to happen to Nigerian financial services space. But a lot of the times, these fintechs scale without any regulatory bodies backing them or being protected by any sort of compliance laws. And most often than not, situations happen where you could wake up and, for example, they've shut down as a result of some regulatory headache or issue that they've had. And usually what happens is your money is gone and you have to find ways to find a way to get your money back. And lastly, you choose to invest in a SEC licensed fund manager. Like our famous actor here, what this means, you are guaranteed returns, you are guaranteed safety, you are guaranteed happiness. So, why we've used that as an example, I believe some of the lessons in there should point us into certain ways we should be thinking when it comes to making investment choices. For the most part, I made an assumption that most people on this call would be early stage to mid-level investors just starting to think about investing. So the assumption is that you'll be risk averse. So which is why the scenarios we've used in the presentation so far also touch in a certain point. What amount of risk are you willing to let go of? So essentially, we are presenting you with what would be the safest option with probably the highest level of yield or highest level of returns. And with that, we'll go into certain opportunities that people would consider. As you would say, when we're looking at risk averse asset classes, you're usually probably going to be looking at options that would guarantee your return for the most part, guarantee your capital for the most part, and also guarantee your return. And most likely we look at Euro bonds and FGN bonds. So these are pretty much of the same kind of asset classes, just debt notes issued by the government. Essentially, it's when Nigeria is choosing to example, fund the existing road that they're doing from Lagos to Calabar. They may have issued a bond, which again, these are a bit mid-term to long-term asset classes. They're debt instruments that the government might issue to sort of raise money from countries, raise money from corporates, raise money from individuals. And again, because my assumption is that people on this call are new investors to mid-level investors, you probably would not necessarily be choosing the Euro bond or FGN bond because the entry level is usually very high. You're looking at about 200 for Euro bonds at least because they are issued in a foreign currency, primarily dollars. You're looking at about $200,000 as entry level. However, there are situations where you can have $1,000 as the entry point. For the FGN bond, that's usually, again, it's also a large amount, 100 million naira, or about, I think that's usually the minimum amount, and it's usually targeted at HNIs and corporates. But for people on this call, again, like I said, I'm looking for more younger investors or millennials, like we said, people that are just thinking about investing. The options you possibly should be considering will be treasury bills, commercial papers, mutual funds, and fixed deposits. So for treasury bills, essentially sort of like FDM bonds and Euro bonds, but these are more short term. So you're looking at about 60, 90, 180, and 290 something days. Usually in about a year, you are able to get your money back. And why this particular asset class is favorable is because, like we said again, your capital is pretty much guaranteed because the government cannot necessarily disappear with your money. It's like choosing to lend your money to the Nigerian government. Nigeria cannot disappear in 2 days or tomorrow you wake up and Nigeria doesn't exist. It's highly unlikely, rather, I would say. So you're primarily guaranteed your return. For commercial papers, instead of it being the government now, you now have institutions and industrial companies, for example, like Dangote, Nigerian breweries, flour mills, or even tech companies as well. I think Piazza of recent literally just paid off the debt notes that they raised last year, I believe. So what happens with commercial papers is just a flip of treasury bills. This also is short term. So in a year, you are able to also get your money back. Mutual funds, most particularly money markets, is where I will focus on. You're guaranteed your capital, and you're also guaranteed a particular yield depending on the market situation. The yield possibly could change. It's usually a reflection of what the MPR rate is. And fixed deposits, which you can choose whether from the bank or from any other fund manager or investment company of your choice. So again, why have I chosen those 6 options? Just to reiterate the point, I'm choosing those based on the fact that we are speaking to risk-averse audience. If you're wanting to be guaranteed your return on money, wanted guaranteed capital, these are the options to consider. Of course, I haven't mentioned equities. That, of course, is certain level, has a certain level of higher risk. But if you know what you're doing, if you're willing to put the necessary time, you can be guaranteed to make a good enough buck when you choose to invest in the stock market. I believe the NGX's, the all-share index currently has been climbing considerably week on week. So, of course, a lot of investors, a lot of questions will be asked. But again, you always want to make sure that you do your due diligence before you jump into anything. If you are a new investor, it's always best to start with risk-averse assets, like I said in this presentation. And your best options, the treasury bills, money market funds, commercial papers as well to an extent. And how ZQuest Wealth helps you. This will be the last bit of my presentation. What we've built is, or what we like to call it, is the best investment app on the planet, where essentially everything it is you might be looking to get, from fixed income instruments to debt notes, and also to equity, you can get it on the ZQuest Wealth app today. So we currently are top 3 with our money market fund, currently at an average yield of 21.45%. Minimum subscription amount is 1,000 naira. We also have a dollar fund. You can also invest in that. If you are looking to hedge your currency risk and would just want to invest in dollars. We also have fixed income fund as well. That again, minimum 90 days. You are also able to access treasury bills. You're also able to access commercial papers. And of course, you're also able to access equities if you are willing to take the risk. And why ZQuest? ZQuest Wealth is a subsidiary of the ZQuest Group. We like to consider ourselves the one-stop shop for financial services. Currently, we have 136 billion in funds under management as of December 2024. We're rated as the fastest growing financial company in Africa by the Financial Times in 2022. We also currently, total assets is 90 billion naira as of December 2024. And our brokerage firm has been the 4-time consecutive winner of the FMDQ award in Nigeria. Again, ZQuest Wealth is the youngest subsidiary in the ZQuest Group. ZQuest has existed for 10 years plus. And that would be all for me a day in my presentation, just making sure I keep to time.
Thank you so much, Adetayo. That was so brief and enlightening. Thank you. That was brilliant. For me, I was just so glued and listening, especially the part that you were mentioning, the opportunities to consider the money market, mutual fund, and so on. Thank you so much. That was amazing. So,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. I would like to call on the next speaker, Ngozi Awar, to also give us her presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me share my screen.
All right, thank you.
Okay, hello once again, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. Before I speak to my slides, I want to share a short story. So recently, a young girl reaches out to me on WhatsApp. So she says, "Oh, hello, ma'am. I just got my first job. I earn 80,000 naira. I live with my parents. I showed her some financial responsibilities, in my household, but I want my salary to earn some money for me." So I said, okay, let's have a conversation. So what do you need to spend money on monthly? Like, what are the needs that you must spend money on? So we sat down, we wrote that down. We talked about her wants, like that's items that she doesn't necessarily have to spend money on. Then we also allocated some amount of money from her salary, for investing. So why am I sharing this story? I'm sharing this story because this is a young lady in her 20s. She earns 80,000 naira. She has some, family financial obligations, but she still wants to invest some money, and earn returns, on her investment. So this means that no matter your level of income, if you plan, you can actually invest and earn money from your investments. And before you start investing, you should plan. And what is planning really? Planning is understanding your budget and making a budget. So that being said, I would like us to look at, what happens if you have a budget before you start investing, or if you don't have a budget, before you start investing. So we'll look at the cons. So if you have a budget, if you don't have a budget, you risk overspending because you just spend, you just invest as the spirit moves you. Oh, I have money, let me just invest. You lack financial direction. You don't even know what your investment goals are. You hear maybe, money market funds, the yields are high, you put your money there. You don't even know why you're putting your money there, but you just heard people are doing it and you just, follow suit. And you might also miss investment opportunities because you haven't done any research. You're just, following the bandwagon. But if you have an investment, if you make investment, like if you have a budget rather, before you start investing, you have financial clarity. You'll be confident in your investments because you know why you are investing. You have a time frame for your investments, and okay, no matter what happens, I have my side covered. Like if I make losses in this investment, it wouldn't really affect my lifestyle because I knew that was going to happen. And also you would also have an improved cash flow because you have allocated a certain amount of your income to investing and a certain amount to emergency funds or other funds for your day-to-day activities. So when you have created a budget, the next thing you do is you gauge your financial health. What does that mean? It means you monitor uncontrolled spending and improve your savings. Then when you're done with this, you try to track, not even try, you have to track your finances. You record your income, you record your expenses so that you will know how much you can actually set aside, like I said, for emergencies or, for investing. Then you also have to identify essentials. For example, if maybe you use a software for your business and you know that this software has to be renewed monthly or quarterly, you know that, okay, I must set aside this amount of money for renewal. I cannot invest this money at the moment because I will need it in maybe a couple of days' time. Then also you have to spot leaks, find and reduce wasteful spending. If there are activities or items that you spend money on and you know that you can actually live, survive, and be happy without spending money on these activities or items, you cut them out. Now, good financial health is when you have controlled spending and controlled saving. And now, like I did talked about, I did mention the 50-30, 50-30 budgeting rule. I know most of us might be conversant with this, but I want to use the example I shared previously. That's the young lady that reached out to me on WhatsApp. I would like to use the conversation I had with her, to buttress this budgeting rule. So when I spoke to her, remember she earns 80,000 naira. So I told her, okay, so from 80,000 naira, let's set aside 16,000 naira for investments. We did that. Okay, let's set aside 40,000 naira for your needs. Like she mentioned that she has to help her family, like shoulder some of the electricity bills. I told her, okay, so from this 40,000 naira, you will take out some money and support your family's electricity bills. From this same 40,000 naira, you take out some money from it and take care of your personal needs, like your personal grooming or your data subscription. And after that, we decided to allocate 30%, which is 24,000 naira to emergencies. Like I did not want her to be left with that money, because I wanted her to always have some money in her account in case anything could happen. Anything could happen, and she might need some money to sort herself out. So this was how I was able to help this young lady create a 50-30-20 budgeting rule. So moving ahead, to start investing, you have to prepare yourself. Now, how do you prepare yourself? You define your goals. You set clear financial objectives and timelines. For example, if you decide to invest in FGN savings bonds because the minimum requirement is just 5,000 naira, you think, okay, I can afford to put 5,000 naira in this savings bond, and you don't even check. You don't read. You don't do your research. You don't know the maturity date for that money, and you just put the money inside. You don't know that money, you cannot get your capital back for at least 1 year, and maybe that 5,000 naira is something you need seriously, like you need that money next month, and you just put the money in your FGN savings bond investment. You might suffer. So that's why I said you have to set clear financial objectives. Okay, I want to invest money. Well, what is the tenure of this investment? Tenure means, when can I get my capital back? That's tenure. If the tenure is 1 year, you will know. If it's 1 month, like in the case of money market funds, you will know. So you have to understand, you have to set financial objectives and also understand the timelines. Then moving on, you also have to be aware of you have to do a risk assessment. Understand your risk tolerance to choose the suitable investments. I'll use myself as an example. I once put 100,000 naira in Coronation Balanced Funds. So balanced funds is a type of mutual funds. So I know that the risk level in this fund is moderate to high. So after I put my money in, and after some months, I lost 30,000 naira of that money. Of course, I wasn't happy, but I wasn't pained so much because I knew what I was getting myself into. I knew the risks were there, and I knew that if equities that the fund invests in does good, I would recoup. And true to what I believed, also after some weeks, I got my 30K back, and I even got an additional 5,000 naira on top of it. So when you want to go into investment, you have to first of all understand your risk tolerance. If I lose money, will I be able to go to bed and sleep peacefully? If not, you have to look for investment options that have lower risk attached to it. Then thirdly, you have to educate yourself about different investment options and strategies. Like I did mention a couple of investment types. There's so many of them, and you can actually find one that suits your lifestyle. And also there are a lot of materials out there, there are academies out there that can help you understand investments, and you choose the one that suits you. For example, in Coronation Group, we have the Coronation Investment Academy. And recently, Coronation Wealth is in collaboration with the NGX, is rolling out free courses to help, new investors, even moderate to seasoned investors, learn more about the capital markets and how to make your investments count. So you can actually scan this barcode if you wish, and you will be enrolled automatically into this course. This course is free of charge. And also on the Investment Academy, there are other courses that will help you build your wealth, help you understand how you can protect your wealth, and also help you know how you can transfer wealth. So all these courses and more are on the Coronation Investment Academy. And also on this academy, you will see the links that can take you to other product services offered by the Coronation Group. So thank you very much for listening, and that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ngozi. That was amazing. I like the honesty, because a lot of us are so caught up interest whenever we see investment opportunities. We don't even get to evaluate the risk or even know our risk tolerance. So thank you so much. That was a brilliant one. Thank you for the amazing presentation. Okay, so moving on, I would like to call on Tochukwu Ume for his own presentation.
Okay, thank you. Give me some seconds to share my screen, please.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I'll try and be very brief just to keep to time. So basically, we're talking about financial literacy, budgeting and investing for financial freedom. And I'll quickly want to delve into it. I would not like to reinvent the wheel because the speakers before me, Ada and Ade, have actually mentioned some basic things about investment. So I may just look at it from a different perspective. I would like to just look at the basics, really. What is financial literacy? What is budgeting and investing all about? Just get the idea, why should I do this? And the idea is why are we investing? We all want to have financial freedom. So what is this financial freedom we're talking about? So a very quick, brief one. So basically, I'll just be talking about financial literacy, what is budgeting, difference between investment and savings, and how can we get financial freedom, and what do we actually mean by financial freedom? But just give me a second to narrate a very short story about the Babylonians' secret to financial freedom. So I don't know how many of you have read this book, The Richest Man in Babylon. Just a very short one. So the richest man in Babylon, according to this book, was a man named Akkad. Okay, and Akkad, of course, was not always rich. He was very poor. He was always struggling to make money. He was a scribe. Like, let's look at it as someone that writes, olden days typewriters, people that type. And a very rich man, Algamish, came to meet him to do a very lengthy work. And he wanted the work to be done within 2 days. The book was called The Ninth Law, which is a very, very lengthy book. And he said, can you scribe all this book into clay? Like, more like write it down on a clay for me. I need it. And he promised him to give him 2 extra, let me say in Nigerian parlance now, maybe 2 extra naira just to finish it. And he tried his best, he was not able to do it. But the next morning, Algamish was very annoyed and he said, why didn't you do it? And he said, of course, it was very difficult. But because of the desire to get wealthy, to be financially free, Akkad, the scribe, told Algamish, okay, can we have a bargain? So if I'm able to complete your work by tomorrow morning, can you tell me the secret behind your wealth? Okay, and that was a bargain. Algamish agreed. And all night, Akkad toiled and was able to complete the work. So the next morning, he gave Algamish his book, and Algamish was very happy. And he told Algamish, now I've done my own part of the bargain. Can you now tell me the secret behind your wealth? What is the secret for financial freedom? And my next slide shows what Algamish said. And this is just the secret. As simple as it is, it may not be too simple to keep. And he said, a part of all you earn is yours to keep. And I'll repeat that again. A part of all you earn is yours to keep. And it sounded very weird. Like, what does that mean? Like, a part of all I earn is mine to keep. I earn, and all the money I earn, I don't give it to anybody, I keep it. So what does that really mean? So in the course of this presentation, I will speak to that. What does it really mean? A part of all I earn is mine to keep. A part of all you earn is yours to keep. So I'll speak briefly to that, but the idea you have to understand the money language, and that's what we call to be a fan. Active income, passive income, and how can we be financially free? And we also made mention of what is budgeting, what is investing. So I won't want to dwell so much on that. But with what was said, a part of all you earn is yours to keep. What does that mean? Now, if you have your salary being paid to you, but when you go to the salon to make your hair, you have paid the hairdresser out of that your money. When you go to the boutique to buy clothes, you have paid the clothes seller out of that your money. When you go to Dubai, maybe you say, oh, I want to take a vacation, I want to spend on myself, I want to enjoy. You go to Dubai, you're adding to their tourist income. So you see what was paid to you, you are gradually paying it to other people. But the idea is that before you start paying other people, you have to pay yourself. And that is the meaning of all you earn. A part of all you earn is yours to keep. And by keeping it, what do we mean? You are budgeting. First and foremost, you budget. So which part will I keep? And they said, just as my earlier speaker, there's a 50, 30, 20% rule, which is also here, but I don't want to dwell on that because they have actually said it earlier on. So the point is, what are you keeping for yourself? And when you are keeping money, you're not just keeping it in a safe. How can this money that you're keeping for yourself work for you? And then we'll talk about financial freedom. As I said it here, it is the state of having enough income, saving and investment to support your desired lifestyle without being dependent on a paid job. So when you keep that 20% for yourself, you're not just keeping it, you are allowing that 20% to work for you. Okay, so you are investing it such that at a particular age, you would have had a lot of passive income, not just active income, but passive income. And that's what we talk about financial freedom, when your passive income can accommodate for all your expenses. So you don't have to rush to work. You don't have to be going for a paid job. You don't have to say, if I don't come today, so I'll make sure I'll take note and they will not pay me salary. That's not the case because you are financially free. Your passive income is already working for you. And this can only be done by consistently keeping a part of what you earn to pay yourself. And by paying yourself, you are effectively using that money for investment purposes. So that brings me to my second point. Now, when you keep a part of all you earn and you're trying to save it or you're trying to invest it, because you have to save, you have to invest, just like what Ngozi has said, there are two different things. And your income should be divided across those two different things. By saving, you are also preparing for emergency situations or something that you want to, a goal you want to achieve. So if you have your money invested, that investment hours or 72 working hours, it is not instantly. Even if you invest in equities, T+3, it is not instant. But sometimes you put some money in some savings form such that you can always take it as at when it is due. But the point I want to make here is you always need a financial advisor, and that is where we come in as Redwood Asset Management to help you out to invest. For instance, when Akkad kept his first savings, he kept 1/10 of what he earned, and at the end of the day, he gave it to a bricklayer. And at the end of the day, by entering a SEC-approved financial institution or capital market operator, in this case, you can come to us in Redwood Asset Management and we will advise you. You cannot need a drill and you go and meet a bricklayer, or you want to sew your clothes and you meet a carpenter. You have to meet people that have that financial expertise so they can turn your money around and they can make you financially free within a short period of time. Okay, so these are some of the saving rules. As mentioned, we have the 50, 30, 20. I won't want to dwell so much on that. But my best is the 20, the pay yourself rule, which I've always emphasized throughout. The first thing you need to do is always to pay yourself. A part of what you earn is yours to keep. And that keeping is in form of savings and investment. And you save and invest with the right institutions. You are not carried away by ridiculous rates in the market. You have CBEX, you have MMM. If you have financial advisors, they can advise you properly that these things are not feasible. Someone cannot tell you that you'll make 90% or 50% in 90 days. When no bank is even giving that, so where do you want to make the money for? The pyramid scheme. But if you have this knowledge, they say knowledge is power, you won't fall into. Okay, and I would like to round off quickly because of time. If there's something that you should pick out of this, you can forget everything I've said in this presentation, but if there's something you should pick out of this, is to know the secret of financial freedom, the secret of wealth, and it is a part of all you earn is yours to keep. A part of all you earn is yours to keep. You should get yourself a licensed financial advisor, a licensed asset management firm that will be able to help you grow the money or the earnings that you are keeping for yourself, so that tomorrow you will be financially free and have a lot of passive income that can keep you till whatever time you need, and you can even pass it across to your beneficiaries and loved ones. Thank you for your attention, and that will be all for me.
Thank you so much. That was brilliant, Tochiko. Thank you so much for the awesome presentation. And thank you for that reference, The Richest Man in Babylon. It's a great book, and thank you for how you relate it to the financial freedom, the topic that we are discussing today. Spotlighting that you cannot achieve financial freedom without having a passive income is also a good topic when we are talking about financial freedom, because you cannot dwell on one income and expect to attain financial freedom quickly. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Okay, having said that, I would like to call on Adeze Kinsley Anyanwu for her own presentation.
Hello, everyone. Let me quickly share.
Okay.
But first of all, I would like to thank BusinessDay and bdtv for this opportunity. And also to put out a disclaimer that although I'm a banker with over 2 decades of experience, I'm not going to be providing any advisory services here. What I would aim to do is to help us understand what I'll be presenting to you, so that you can make an informed decision, essentially. So let me go ahead to share my slides. Please let me know if you can see it.
Yes, I can see it.
Fantastic. So let's dive right in. And it's been great listening to all the other speakers. I thought to present, personal finance. So it's going to be a way of consolidating everything that you've heard. And I'll do this in 10 because I've got only 10 minutes to do this. And I'm going to run through introducing you to personal finance. We would also look at the difference between assets and liability, because I realize that this is something that people tend to struggle with. And of course, you've heard about savings and investments. We'll touch on that as well. That 50, 30, 20 rule, my goodness, if you never knew about it, I'm sure today you've heard it from all of us and you would start to look into it. With everything we do, there is an associated risk and there is also reward. I like to put the word potential before reward. Although you hear high risk, high reward, it's important to understand that things do change, similar to what you can see happening globally. So you never can predict what's going to happen in the future. And of course, we are all planning for retirement at some point, so we'll touch on that as well. So, what is personal finance? It's important to understand that you are unique, your circumstances are unique, and so you shouldn't compare yourself to anyone's circumstances or to anyone at all, whatever strategies people are using. And look at the fact that over the years, you have received income in different forms, whether you're in paid employment or you're self-employed, or you have actually invested in some assets and you've earned some income across those assets classes. And by the way, income doesn't necessarily mean that you're paying yourself a salary if you're self-employed or that you're earning a salary from another company. You could earn income from rent, meaning you have bought a property and you have rented it out to someone. And so you receive what is called rental income. A lot of the speakers have spoken about investing in stock markets, for example, where you earn dividend. That's an income in itself. So when you receive all these income from different sources, you should also look at it as something that you can use towards your personal finance. Because all we're doing here is just to provide you with all of this information to give you the level of freedom that you want, to be able to do anything you wish to do. It's about managing your money. So look at it again as stewardship. All the money that you have received over the years, that you've made over the years, how have you managed them? What have you used all this money for? That's a question you should ask yourself. I like people to ask those sort of questions because that then starts, telling you or helping you identify where you need to make necessary changes. I'll just quickly move on to this photo I have here. It's really about helping you understand what is an asset and what is a liability. And it's as simple as this. Anything that puts money into your pocket is typically an asset. Anything that takes money out of your pocket is a liability. And it's as simple as that. Now, I've put all these pictures here because these are things that we're most likely familiar with. Look at the car. I love Mercedes-Benz so much, If I bought that car from a Mercedes car